Chapter 1248, 3 Dharma Characteristics. Chapter 1248, 3 Dharma Characteristics. Those bloodshot eyes were filled with sadness, pain, despair, hatred, and devastation, as well as various negative emotions. It was as though the bloodshot eyes were bottomless abysses. Su Zimo merely exchanged a single glance and was nearly devoured by the abyss. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was the union of all Dharmic arts and was the epitome of Dharmic arts. It was lifeless and could not contain any emotions. However, Tao Lord Hatred's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was different. Just by standing there, the Dharma characteristic was like an abyss with endless hatred that could devour and destroy everything. Meeting those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly recalled the legend of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Legend has it that Fiend Emperor Hatred hated himself to the core and committed suicide. Su Zimo could not imagine what sort of hatred would push someone to kill themselves. However, when he saw those eyes, Su Zimo suddenly understood. There was no hope in those eyes. Surviving was a form of torture for Fiend Emperor Hatred. Boom. As Su Zimo pondered, Tao Lord Hatred willed the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic behind him to head over. With a single step, it crossed endless space and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. The massive body that was 90 feet tall emitted a torrential hatred. It was much taller than the Rulai Dharmic body and heavenly Fiend Dharma body, suppressing the auras of Su Zimo's 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics completely. Swoosh. Raising the saber in its hands, the hatred Dharmic body slashed down viciously at Su Zimo's head. The heavenly Fiend Dharma body swung its scythe and defended against the Fiend saber as well. Clang. Sparks flew as the 2 sabers collided. The hatred Dharmic body did not move at all and there was no fluctuation in its eyes. As for the heavenly Fiend Dharma body, its body shuddered and Dharmic powers surged. The Dharma characteristic was nearly cleaved into 2 by a single slash from the hatred Dharmic body. A 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even fight against conjoint body mighty figures. With that heavenly Fiend Dharma body, Su Zimo was invincible in Dragon Tiger sect and nobody could defend against his attacks. Even mighty figures had to bow down to him. However, in the face of the hatred Dharmic body, the difference between them was too great. The difference between 85 and 90 feet was merely 5 feet. However, that difference was like heaven and earth. If it was any other cultivator's 85 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, they would not even be able to withstand a single slash from the hatred Dharmic body. The reason why the heavenly Fiend Dharma body could defend against it was because the foundation of the Dharmic body originated from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. It was infused with many cultivation techniques of the Fiend Tao and was extremely mysterious. This heavenly Fiend Dharma body was a product of the greater mastery of the Fiend Tao. Boom. The Rulai Dharmic body moved as well and extended a golden shimmering palm that blanketed the skies, crushing down on the hatred Dharmic body. Without even looking, the hatred Dharmic body punched in reverse into the Rulai Dharmic body's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The Rulai Dharmic body shuddered and took half a step back as well. Ha 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 ha. Tao Lord Hatred laughed with a smug expression. Desolate Marshal, if you continue cultivating and cultivate those 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, you might be able to fight me. Unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. I'll take your life today. As Tao Lord Hatred hollered, the hatred on the hatred Dharmic body intensified and it let out a tragic roar, sinking into endless despair. The Fiend saber in his hands rose and descended once more. Oh, oh. The saber tore through the air and let out a series of shuddering wails. That slash enveloped the Rulai Dharmic body and heavenly Fiend Dharma body. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. One could only truly sense the terror of a supreme Dharma characteristic after clashing with a 90 feet Dharma characteristic. 9 was an extreme number. 90 feet was the mark of a supreme. Those were not empty words. Boom. Under that immense pressure, Su Zimo no longer had any reservations and another phantom burst forth from his body with a loud bang. A 3rd heaven and earth Dharma characteristic descended. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic stood on dark clouds and shone with endless lightning. It was domineering and looked down on the world, wielding a whip made from millions of lightning with a torrential aura. It resembled an ancient thunder god that controlled the world. The thunder dharmic body had descended. The thunder dharmic body was formed with the Great Void Spirit Refinement section as the foundation and many secret skills of the Immortal Tao. It rose rapidly to a height of 85 feet. There were now 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. A deep hint of fear flashed through Tao Lord Hatred's eyes. It was thankful that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. If the latter were to cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, even his supreme Dharma characteristic would not be able to deal with the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. But now, 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were still not enough to threaten his hatred dharmic body. Crackle. Thunderbolt danced in the whip that tore through the air and wrapped around the wrist of the hatred dharmic body right away. Massive power of thunder surged into the hatred dharmic body through the whip. The power of thunder was the most effective against evil. In the blink of an eye, even the fiend chi of the hatred dharmic body was suppressed. However, right after, the blood color in the eyes of the hatred dharmic body intensified and its heart surged with rage. Rumbling hatred and fiend chi gushed out and it broke free of the shackles of the thunder whip. Bang! 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 The hatred dharmic body slashed thrice in succession. The thunder dharmic body, Rulai dharmic body and heavenly fiend dharma body defended against it head-on. However, their bodies shuddered and they retreated a few steps. They could not defend against it. Su Zimo's expression finally changed. Even the 385 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics could not defend against the power of the supreme Dharma characteristic. He had not expected that he would encounter such a terrifying enemy in the middle continent. Bang! 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 The hatred dharmic body attacked continuously and everywhere its saber passed, hatred and fiend chi would surge, overwhelming everything. Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics retreated continuously. Desolate Marshal, you've lost. Tao Lord Hatred had a menacing expression and could not help but burst into laughter. Strongest monster incarnate in history? You're still going to be killed by me regardless. Zimo, run. Right then, Yang Beichen's voice sounded in Su Zimo's consciousness. Given your capabilities, you'll definitely be able to escape. Leave this place. Once you cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm, you'll definitely be able to make a comeback and suppress hatred. Su Zimo remained silent. He had many trump cards. Although Tao Lord Hatred had the upper hand in this battle, the latter would definitely not be able to kill him if he wanted to escape. However, if he were to escape, Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran would definitely die here. How could Su Zimo subject Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran to death while he escaped on his own? As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, Yang Beichen sent another voice transmission. 2 deaths is better than 3. If you escape, you can still take revenge for us in the future. Su Zimo still did not reply. No matter what, he could not abandon Yang Beichen here and leave alone. Furthermore, he was Desolate Marshal. He was the invincible Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who looked down on history. Although it was only a Green Lotus True Body that did not represent his full combat strength, this Green Lotus True Body had also undergone a sediment transformation after 5,000 years of cultivation. He would definitely not admit defeat so easily. There must be another solution. Chapter 1249, Tao Heart Annihilation. Chapter 1249, Tao Heart Annihilation. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Hatred who was not far away, trying his best to find a way to break out of the situation. At that moment, his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were completely suppressed and Tao Lord Hatred had an extremely smug expression. As for the hatred dharmic body, it emitted torrential hatred. The emotions of Tao Lord Hatred and the hatred dharmic body were rather out of place. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. That was the weakness of Tao Lord Hatred. Mo. Ga. Su Zimo was still controlling the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics with all his might to deal with the hatred dharmic body. At the same time, he chanted an abstruse sutra. The Sanskrit seemed to possess a mysterious power. However, Yang Beichen, Qin Pianran and even Tao Lord Hatred were unaffected when they heard that Sanskrit chant. What are you rambling on about? Tao Lord Hatred sneered. Just as he was about to mock Su Zimo properly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. The connection between him and the Hatred dharmic body seemed to have fluctuated. Although they could not sense anything from the Sanskrit, the movement of the Hatred dharmic body was a tad slower and its fiend chi became erratic as well. Before long, the sutra chant was completed. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he lowered his head like a gigantic Buddha. With a dignified expression, he conjured hand seals and chanted another sutra. Although that sutra was completely different from the one earlier on, it had an extremely obvious impact on the Hatred dharmic body. The scarlet light that was spewing from the eyes of the Hatred dharmic body dimmed significantly and even showed signs of disappearing. A lost expression appeared on the face of the Hatred dharmic body as well. Yang Beichen was delighted and whispered, "Zimo has found a way to counter the Hatred dharmic body." Qin Pianran was surprised and elated as well. It's truly hard to imagine that a 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic that is invincible would be affected by these simple incantations. Those incantations are probably far from simple. Every single word exuded an ancient aura that I've never seen from a cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries. They must have been lost for many years. Yang Beichen said in a deep voice. He was not wrong. Those were supreme secret incantations of the ancient Buddhist monasteries. The Great Light Mantra, the Auditory Release Mantra, the Sensory Enigma Mantra, the Six Paths Diamond Mantra. In the ancient war, countless lives in Tianhuang mainland were implicated. The disciples of the Buddhist monasteries recited the 4 secret incantations to purify the souls and appease their grievances. At that moment, the 4 secret incantations were meant to purify none other than the Hatred dharmic body. The body of this heaven and earth dharma characteristic contained endless hatred. If it was purified, Tao Lord Hatred would be nothing to fear. By the time Su Zimo chanted the second secret incantation, the actions of the Hatred dharmic body had already slowed down. The Thunder dharmic body, Rulai dharmic body and Heavenly Fiend dharma body finally managed to defend in the battle against the Hatred dharmic body. Both sides were in a stalemate. By the time Su Zimo chanted the third secret incantation, the effect on the Hatred dharmic body was even greater and it became disadvantage. In the ancient era, no cultivator of the Buddhist monasteries would dare to stand in the way of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Even the Buddha Emperor who wielded the creation green lotus could not do anything to him and could only sigh. Tao Lord Hatred said sternly, "Desolate Marshal, you're dreaming if you think that you can suppress the Hatred dharmic body with your useless incantations." Those were definitely not empty words. Back in the ancient era, if not for the self-destruction of the Fiend Emperor Hatred, none of the emperors would have been able to kill the resplendent Fiend Emperor. The fiend chi on the body of the Hatred dharmic body was showing signs of resurrection and the blood glint in its eyes intensified. However, Su Zimo was unmoved. He looked at Tao Lord Hatred and shook his head. "Unfortunately, you're not the Fiend Emperor Hatred of the past. Although you've also cultivated the Hatred Sutra, you're still far inferior compared to the Fiend Emperor Hatred. You didn't go through the same experiences of the Fiend Emperor Hatred, so you will never be able to bear the same despair as him, nor will you ever be able to comprehend the true obscurities of the Hatred Sutra." Tao Lord Hatred shuddered. Those words were way too powerful. They were targeted at Tao Lord Hatred's Tao heart and his weakness. That was indeed an indeterminate fact. From Tao Lord Hatred, Su Zimo could not sense the same sadness, despair, hatred, and devastation in the eyes of the Hatred dharmic body. At the end of the day, Tao Lord Hatred was someone that bore the 7 emotions and 6 desires. That was his weakness. Furthermore, there was no way to make up for that weakness. If Tao Lord Hatred were to truly comprehend the essence of the Hatred Sutra, he would end up with the same fate as the Fiend Emperor Hatred, suicide. This was a dead end. At that moment, Tao Lord Hatred's face turned pale and his Tao heart wavered for a moment. The Hatred dharmic body was connected to him and was affected as well, losing more than half of its fiend chi. There was no way Su Zimo would let such an opportunity slip. A 4th secret incantation descended. The blood glint in the eyes of the Hatred dharmic body vanished entirely. The hatred in his body had already calmed down. Without the support of that hatred, It was equivalent to losing the source of power. Under the combined attack of Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, the hatred Dharmic body was steadily defeated. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes. Su Zimo's 4 secret incantations of the Buddhist monasteries were meant to purify the hatred Dharmic body and release it from its attachments. In truth, the reason why the fiend Emperor Hatred committed suicide back then was also because he wanted to obtain release. Everything seemed to be fated from the unknowns. The whip of the thunder Dharmic body, the hand seal of the Rulai Dharmic body and the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharmic body descended on the hatred Dharmic body. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristic dissipated instantly. Tao Lord Hatred shuddered as though he was struck by lightning, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth with an indignant expression. He had not expected that his Tao heart would lose. Su Zimo lamented internally. If he was truly up against the fiend Emperor Hatred, his 4 secret incantations would not be able to suppress the hatred in the latter's heart. However, Tao Lord Hatred was not the fiend Emperor Hatred. Su Zimo conjured hand seals that changed continuously. Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. The scarlet, golden, and black flames converged rapidly. A red light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and the final essence spirit fire was injected, forming the Kacharadi Tao fire that shot towards Tao Lord Hatred. Swoosh! The Kacharadi Tao fire descended on Tao Lord Hatred. A torrential fiend chi surged out from Tao Lord Hatred's body and his blood chi surged, resisting against the Kacharadi Tao fire with a series of crackling sound. Even with the searing of the Kacharadi Tao fire, it did not manage to injure his bones and organs and merely burned his skin and hair to ashes. Tao Lord Hatred was simply way too strong even without the full comprehension of the Hatred Sutra. Although Tao Lord Hatred had already turned into a flaming man as he resisted the Kacharadi Tao fire, he still let out a furious roar and charged towards Su Zimo with his fiend saber. Su Zimo willed. The creation lotus platform descended and smashed towards Tao Lord Hatred. Boom! Sparks flew as the creation lotus platform collided against the fiend saber. The creation lotus platform was repelled. It failed to stop Tao Lord Hatred in his track. Right then, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics arrived at the same time and released a powerful attack. Chapter 1250 Death of a Monster Incarnate. Chapter 1250 Death of a Monster Incarnate. Piak. The whips of the thunder Dharmic body struck Tao Lord Hatred heavily, causing his flesh to split open and his bones to be exposed. The Kacharadi Tao fire engulfed the wound instantly and it dried up before a single drop of blood could flow. Bang! The hand seal of the Rulai Dharmic body landed on Tao Lord Hatred's chest. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tao Lord Hatred's chest caved in instantly, creating a huge pit. Many broken bones even pierced his lungs. Poof! Although Tao Lord Hatred managed to avoid taking damage to his vitals from the scythe of the heavenly fiend Dharma body, his abdomen was still pierced. The scythe yanked horizontally and almost sliced Tao Lord Hatred's body into 2. Those 3 heavy injuries might not have been fatal for Tao Lord Hatred. However, Tao Lord Hatred's body still burned with the Kacharadi Tao fire. Initially, his body and blood chi could hold out against the Kacharadi Tao fire. Now that he was suddenly injured as such, the balance was broken instantly. The Kacharadi Tao fire surged into his body quickly and burned his bones, organs, blood chi and life force. Even conjoint body mighty figures would not be able to survive if the Kacharadi Tao fire burned their bones and organs. At that moment, Su Zimo's 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were filled with injuries and riddled with holes. Unable to hold on any longer, they dissipated rapidly. This battle was way more tragic than Su Zimo had imagined. If not for the 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground, he would definitely not have won this battle. There were many signs that indicated that a golden era had arrived in Tianhuang mainland. Paragons were rampant and monster incarnates rose everywhere. Existences such as Di Yin and Tao Lord Hatred would continue to appear one after another in the future. This was a great era that was not weaker than the ancient era. Of course, with so many paragons and monster incarnates, It also meant that a huge change was about to happen in Tianhuang mainland. If one's combat strength was insufficient, they would be reduced to ants and crushed to death under such a change. Thump. Finally, Tao Lord Hatred could not hold on any longer. Leaning on his fiend saber, he half knelt on the ground and glared at Su Zimo fiercely through the layers of flames. Tao Lord Hatred's vitality was way too exuberant. Even though he was severely injured and his organs were burned to ashes by the Kacharadi Tao fire, he was not dead and had persisted till now. Given Tao Lord Hatred's combat strength, Su Zimo would not be able to stop him if he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, cracks had appeared in his Tao heart. Even if he managed to escape, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. This was a blow that was worse than death for him. Tao Lord Hatred's blood chi dried up and his life force drained rapidly. Finally, he shifted his gaze from Su Zimo to Yang Beichen and smiled. By now, he was already unrecognizable after being burned by the Kacharadi Tao fire. That smile looked extremely menacing in the blazing flames. Yang Beichen, do you really think that you can escape from the cultivation world cleanly? Tao Lord Hatred's voice sounded. You are the Azura and your hands were once stained with blood. It's impossible for you to lead a peaceful life. If I, Li Heng, can find you today, someone else will do so tomorrow. You will never be able to leave the cultivation world or dream about living in peace. You wish to backtrack after stepping onto the path of the Azura? To think that the Azura would be reduced to such a state for a woman from an immortal sect. What a joke. What an incredible joke. Ha 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 ha. Tao Lord Hatred let out a shuddering laughter. Azura, you'll be killed by this woman sooner or later. I'm merely making a move first, but you'll be joining me down below real soon. I didn't lose. Tao Lord Hatred's obsession was still with Yang Beichen. Up till his death, he was still thinking about his previous failure and wanted to fight Yang Beichen to see who was stronger. However, he still went silent in the end. The ball of flames intensified and engulfed his body completely, burning it continuously. After a full half hour, the Kacharadi Tao fire gradually extinguished. Tao Lord Hatred was already burned to a crisp, leaving only a pitch-black fiend saber stabbed into the ground with a storage bag beside it. Qin Pianran stared blankly at the place where Tao Lord Hatred died, deep in her thoughts and dejected. Sensing her abnormality, Yang Beichen's heart skipped a beat and he understood. Qin Pianran was a woman after all and Tao Lord Hatred's final words triggered her. Yang Beichen extended his palm and gripped Qin Pianran gently, comforting her. Pianran, Li Hen was merely spouting nonsense because he knew he was going to die. There's no need to take his words to heart. The world is huge. I don't believe there's nowhere for just the two of us. Who will remember us after a long time? Yang Beichen's words did not eliminate Qin Pianran's worries. She was a little lost. But, I really caused you harm. You ended up in this state because you wanted to save me. I. She felt guilty, remorseful and worried. Yang Beichen smiled. Pianran, don't think too much. It's just an essence spirit injury and there's no danger to my life. Furthermore, you weren't the one who injured my essence spirit. How can I blame you? Pausing for a moment, he asked jokingly, or, are you thinking of leaving me because my essence spirit's injured? No. Qin Pianran blushed and her expression softened. Even if you want to leave, I won't let go. Yang Beichen gripped Qin Pianran's palm tightly and said softly. However, his tone was unusually firm. On the other side, Su Zimo advanced and arrived beside the fiend saber, glaring at it for a moment. The fiend saber had gone completely silent without any luster. It looked like a pitch-black useless saber, unlike its previous torrential might. If it was anyone else, they would not have imagined that the pitch-black saber could have released such a terrifying power. Su Zimo did not touch the fiend saber. Instead, he looked at the storage bag at the side. As the number one saber of the fiend sects, Tao Lord Hatred definitely had many treasures in his storage bag. Among them, the most valuable was definitely the Hatred Sutra. Su Zimo went forward and opened his storage bag, scanning it carefully with his spirit consciousness. A look of disappointment flashed through his eyes. There were indeed many treasures in that storage bag. There were elixirs, dharmic weapons, secret skills, and universal treasures. Unfortunately, the Hatred Sutra was not there. Su Zimo did not use the soul-searching art. Firstly, the battle was intense earlier on and he was almost suppressed by Tao Lord Hatred's Dharma characteristic. How would he have the chance to release the soul-searching art? Secondly, in order for a chance to succeed, Su Zimo had to target those with lesser cultivation and combat strength compared to him. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo might have failed in using the soul-searching art against Tao Lord Hatred, he might have suffered a backlash and injured his essence spirit instead. Chapter 1251, Saber Burial. Chapter 1251, Saber Burial. Putting away the storage bag, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Hatred Fiend Saber not far away. The moment he saw the Fiend Saber, he could sense how terrifying it was. Even his creation Lotus platform could barely deal with the saber. In a prolonged fight, the creation Lotus platform would inevitably succumb to the Fiend Saber the same way as the mystic Magnet Mountain. Reaching out, Su Zimo gripped the handle of the Hatred Fiend Saber, wanting to pull it out and observe it carefully. However, the moment his palm touched the handle of the Fiend Saber, he felt a tremendous amount of negative emotions surge into his consciousness through his fingertip, affecting his essence spirit. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain on his palm and retracted it instinctively. Lowering his head, his pupils constricted and he frowned. His palm was bleeding. Although the blood chi of this Green Lotus true body was not strong, its body and skin were indestructible and could fight against carnate Tao Lord Dharmic weapons. However, just now, he merely touched the handle of the Hatred Fiend Saber and his palm was injured by the power of the saber. If the blade of that Fiend Saber was used on him, it would probably slice the Green Lotus true body into two. The weapon of an ancient Fiend Emperor was truly extraordinary. The Hatred Fiend Saber was an Emperor weapon to begin with. However, up till now, there were not many people who could truly use the power of that Fiend Saber. Interesting. Su Zimo muttered softly. To think that the Hatred Fiend Saber would reject him so much. He did not know if it was because he possessed the inheritance of the Immortal and Buddhist Taos or some other reason. Although he did not manage to find the Hatred Sutra, this Hatred Fiend Saber was also an utmost treasure. While he could not wield the Hatred Fiend Saber right now, as his cultivation advanced, there was a chance for him to become the owner of this Fiend Saber in the future. At that thought, Su Zimo channeled his dharmic powers and stuffed the Hatred Fiend Saber into his storage bag, prepared to advance to the conjoint body realm before he attempted it again. Thereafter, he headed towards Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo's expression changed. His palm slapped his storage bag swiftly and pulled out the Hatred Fiend Saber instantly, tossing it on the ground with a bewildered expression. At that moment, wisps of pitch-black fiend chi surrounded the Hatred Fiend Saber, as though they could devour all living beings in the world. As Su Zimo tossed the Hatred Fiend Saber out, the fiend chi on the saber gradually calmed down and dimmed once more. What's wrong? Yang Beichen noticed Su Zimo's actions and asked with a frown. That saber is way too terrifying. Su Zimo recalled what he had sensed earlier on and said sternly, that fiend saber was in my storage bag and emitted a powerful fiend chi that corroded all the treasures in the vicinity. As he said that, Su Zimo took out a few Tao Lord Dharmic weapons from his storage bag. Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran gasped when they saw that. Those Tao Lord Dharmic weapons were all at perfect grade. However, in just a few breaths' time, the perfect grade Tao Lord Dharmic weapons were tainted by the fiend chi and dimmed, completely destroyed. What a domineering fiend saber. He could not even place it in his storage bag. Unless Su Zimo was prepared to give up on all the treasures in his storage bag. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome weapon up till this point of his cultivation. In fact, he did not even dare to refine the Hatred Fiend Saber, afraid that his essence spirit would be devoured by it. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly said, "Brother Yang, give it a try. You don't have the aura of the Immortal or Buddhist cultivation techniques on you and you specialize in the Fiend sect's Azura Dao. Perhaps you won't be rejected by this Hatred Fiend Saber." When Yang Beichen heard that, he came to the side of the Hatred Fiend Saber out of curiosity and attempted to grab its handle. There was no reaction from the Fiend Saber. Su Zimo nodded. True enough. Although he cultivated the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos and was extremely strong such that he could suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm, his aura was mixed and was rejected by the Hatred Fiend Saber. However, nothing of the sort happened to Yang Beichen. Su Zimo smiled. Brother Yang, it seems like I'm not fated with this Hatred Fiend Saber. It's better for you to accept it. If it was in the past, Yang Beichen would definitely be delighted to obtain such a powerful fiend weapon. However, at that moment, he shook his head. My essence spirit is injured. Even if the Hatred Fiend Saber doesn't reject me, I can't refine it. Su Zimo said hurriedly, Don't worry, Brother Yang. I'll definitely think of a way to heal your injuries on your essence spirit. Once your essence spirit recovers, you can naturally refine the Hatred Fiend Saber. Yang Beichen smiled. I've already decided to leave the cultivation world and not participate in any disputes. I'm even prepared to give up on my Azura saber that has been by my side for many years. There's no point in me keeping this Hatred Fiend saber. The fact that Yang Beichen said that meant that he had already made up his mind and would not change it. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Furthermore, this Hatred Fiend saber is somewhat inauspicious. Neither of its two owners met with decent endings. That's right. This saber is truly troublesome to deal with. I can neither be carried nor touched. Su Zimo lamented. Yang Beichen pondered for a moment. This Hatred Fiend saber is inauspicious. If you don't want it, let's just bury it. All right. Su Zimo did not hesitate either. Although the Hatred Fiend saber was strong, it would only bring endless trouble for him. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and with immense dharmic powers, dug an extremely deep bottomless pit in the ground. The pit was at least a few thousand feet deep, like an endless abyss. Su Zimo tossed the Hatred Fiend saber in. Turning into a black shadow, the Hatred Fiend saber disappeared into the abyss and was buried when Su Zimo filled the pit with mud once more. Brother Yang, what are your plans from now on? Su Zimo asked. Yang Beichen pondered for a moment. Zimo, I have to ask you for a favor. Big brother, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need for formalities. Su Zimo waved it off. Yang Beichen said, Hatred is already dead. I'm sure it won't be long before the fiend sects know about it. This matter can't be hidden for sure. There were many powerful mighty figures in the fiend sects. Furthermore, if Tao Lord Hatred had a destiny symbol in the fiend sects, the moment it shattered, the fiend sects would know about it immediately. Yang Beichen continued, After you leave this place, can you spread a piece of news saying that I fought against Hatred and died in battle with both parties defeated? That way, I can make use of this battle to fake my death and escape from the cultivation world completely. From now on, Yang Beichen will cease to exist in the cultivation world. Qin Pianran and Yang Beichen held hands and remained silent at the side. No matter what decision Yang Beichen made, she would support him. Su Zimo sighed internally. He was clear that Yang Beichen's plan was not merely to fake his own death and escape, it was also for Su Zimo. If Tao Lord Hatred was akin to the second Fiend Emperor Hatred, what sort of status did he hold within the Fiend sects? If the Fiend sects knew that Tao Lord Hatred died in his hands, all of them would definitely go into a frenzy to seek him out and kill him for revenge. On the surface, Yang Beichen's action was to fake his death. However, in reality, it was also to help Su Zimo with everything. Chapter 1252, Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Chapter 1252, Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Brother Yang, I know what you're thinking. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, however, it's still a little hasty. There are many loopholes if you were to say that you died in battle together with Hatred. I'm afraid many people will be suspicious. It's just suspicions. Yang Beichen said, I don't have a destiny symbol in the sect. As long as I hide and don't be discovered, no one will remember me after a long time. After pausing for a moment, he pulled out the Azura saber beside him and handed it to Su Zimo. This Azura saber is Azura sect's cornerstone dharmic weapon. Think of a way to return this saber to Azura sect. Yang Beichen had even given up on the Azura saber that had followed him for many years. It was clear that he was determined to leave the cultivation world. Zimo pondered for a moment before saying, "That's easy to deal with. I'll just sell the Azura saber at an auction. Once the news is released, Azura sect cultivators will naturally come forth to redeem it." "All right, let's do that then," Yang Beichen said. "It's inconvenient for me to show myself. I can only leave this matter to you." Zimo did not decline and merely asked, "Brother Yang, are you really willing?" Yang Beichen's gaze lingered on the Azura saber for a long time. He gradually hid the nostalgia in his eyes and shook his head decisively. "There's nothing to be reluctant about. I'm no longer the Azura and am not worthy of this saber. It's good for it to return as well." When Zimo saw that Yang Beichen was decided, he did not persuade further and cupped his fists. "I'll go settle this now and return in a few days." Zimo bid farewell to Yang Beichen and turned to leave. After leaving the deep mountains, he sped the entire way and saw a cultivation city around 4 hours later. It was extremely lively within and countless cultivators rode on their flying swords. Nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere. A city of this level was already considered flourishing and definitely had some large auction houses and marketplaces. Hesitating for a long time, Zimo did not stop in the city and continued forward. This place was a little close to where Yang Beichen lived in seclusion. If the Azura saber was traded in this city, it was hard to guarantee that no one would follow through on the search for him in the vicinity. The chances of Yang Beichen being exposed would be much greater. Zimo continued forward and walked for a full day before arriving at another bustling ancient cultivation city. With a spin, he transformed into a burly man and descended. What happened next was much simpler. All he had to do was spread the news of the battle between Yang Beichen and Tao Lord Hatred. There was no need for any promotions for such explosive news. As long as it was released, it would create a storm that could spread through word of mouth and cause a huge uproar. This news was enough to shock the entire cultivation world. "Did you hear about it? The number 1 saber of the fiend sects, Tao Lord Hatred, returned." He sought out Yang Beichen once more to fight for the title of Azura saber, and both of them ended up dying in battle. "Isn't that right? That battle was rather tragic. It was said that mountains collapsed and rivers flowed in reverse. The sun and moon lost their colors and stars fell. I heard that Yang Beichen initially had the upper hand. In the end, Tao Lord Hatred went berserk and released his essence spirit secret skill. Their essence spirits clashed and neither of them managed to survive." Sigh. How tragic. In a restaurant in the ancient city, many cultivators were gathered together discussing this matter. They made it sound as though they had witnessed it personally. Many a time, that was the way the sayings were. As they spread, they changed their original appearances and became mere rumors. Zimo sat by the window and sipped alone with an indifferent expression. Who knows if this battle was real or fake? Right then, a cultivator questioned. "You don't know about that. The Azura saber was sold at the Mystic Frost auction house a few days ago and was bought back by Azura sect." Immediately, a cultivator said, "The Azura saber belongs to the Azura. If he's not dead, why would he let this saber fall into the hands of outsiders?" "Did you see who sold that saber?" "I'm not sure. He seems to be a burly man." "I heard that it's a woman." Many cultivators began to guess. After selling the Azura saber, Zimo was worried that something might happen and stayed in the ancient city for a few days. For the past few days, there were only various sayings and nothing unexpected happened. Zimo threw down a few pieces of spirit stones casually and prepared to leave. He wanted to return to the depths of the mountains to inform Yang Beichen. The moment he stood up, a cultivator not far away suddenly said, "By the way, I heard that a cultivator has seen the Grand Primordium ancient temple." "For real? Where?" "In Jade Toad Ridge. The location of the Grand Primordium ancient temple is unpredictable and every time it appears, countless cultivators will head in to investigate. To think that it would come to the Middle Continent. I heard that there are countless ancient treasures in that ancient temple as well as lost elixirs and cultivation technique." The mention of that had Zimo's heart skipping a beat. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was one of the lost elixirs of the ancient era. That was an elixir that could treat Yang Baichen's essence spirit injuries. If this grand primordium ancient temple truly existed, there was a chance that the 9 Revolutions soul return elixir could be found within. However, he had never heard of the grand primordium ancient temple. It was better to ask around properly. Fellow Taoists, may I ask what's the background of this grand primordium ancient temple? Su Zimo came to the group of cultivators and asked with cupped fists, smiling. This time round, he came to this ancient city to deal with the Azura saber. Worried that something might happen, he hid his identity and changed his appearance. Even his cultivation realm was hidden and he looked ordinary. Who are you? A cultivator glanced askance at Su Zimo and smacked his lips. Why? You want to take a look at the grand primordium ancient temple as well? A cultivator asked with a smile and mocking expression. That's my intention. Su Zimo nodded. Ha 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 ha. The group of cultivators exchanged glances and burst into laughter, looking at Su Zimo as though they were looking at an idiot. You really think you're strong enough to want to go to the grand primordium ancient temple? A void reversion sneered, even I, Dao being Qing Ming, don't dare to step foot into the grand primordium ancient temple. Who do you think you are? Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he released his aura as a Dharma characteristic and asked coldly, repeat that again? The moment he said that, the temperature of the entire restaurant dipped. Although nascent souls and void reversions could be seen everywhere in the ancient city, there were not many Dharma characteristic Dao lords. Most of the cultivators were nascent souls and there were only a few void reversions. All of them were stunned by Su Zimo's Dharma characteristic aura on the spot with pale expressions. Dao Lord, please calm down. I only offended you because I didn't know your identity. Please spare my life, Dao Lord. The void reversion was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead as he bowed repeatedly. The cultivators who burst into laughter earlier on did not dare to say anything either. If a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord wanted to kill them in a fit of anger, nobody could stop him. Chapter 1253 Righteousness. Chapter 1253 Righteousness. Right now, Su Zimo was only revealing his Dharma characteristic aura. If he revealed his true appearance and name, those cultivators would be scared out of their wits and kneel on the ground with wobbly leg. One of the cultivators said hurriedly, we don't know the origin of this grand primordium ancient temple either. We only heard that it appeared for the first time in the South region more than 100 years ago. Thereafter, every once in a while, the grand primordium ancient temple would appear somewhere in Tianhuang mainland and attract countless cultivators who would travel for it. Su Zimo was confused. That was indeed strange. Things such as ancient ruins and ancestral cave abodes were mostly fixed in a single location. This was the first time that Su Zimo had heard of an ancient temple that shifted locations. I heard that when the grand primordium ancient temple descended in the South region, a cultivator entered by accident and obtained an extremely powerful ancient dharmic weapon. It caused quite a stir and many cultivators went to explore it. Pausing for a moment, the cultivator's eyes revealed a hint of fear. However, it's already not bad if one of the 10 cultivators that entered this grand primordium ancient temple could make it out alive. Su Zimo frowned and asked, what are the realms of the cultivators that went to explore? The weakest are at the Dharma characteristic realm. I heard that there are even some conjoint body mighty figures. The cultivators at the side rushed to reply. Su Zimo asked, something happened to the conjoint body mighty figures that entered the grand primordium ancient temple as well? I heard that over the years, at least 100 conjoint body mighty figures have entered the grand primordium ancient temple and have never come out ever since. A cultivator grinned with a wary expression. 100 conjoint body mighty figures. That was a huge figure. For example, Dragon Tiger sect, one of the upper sects, had less than 10 conjoint body mighty figures. From the looks of it, this grand primordium ancient temple was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, even so, there are still cultivators who want to explore it. That's right. A void reversion nodded. It said that cultivators who can come out of the grand primordium ancient temple alive will indeed benefit immensely. There are some lost ancient elixirs and top-tier cultivation techniques. I also heard that there was once a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord who was in his twilight years and entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple. He obtained some sort of opportunity and managed to break through to the conjoint body realm. Will the 9 revolutions soul return elixir be in the Grand Primordium ancient temple? Suzimo asked again. Yes. A cultivator said hurriedly, I heard that a conjoint body mighty figure once came out alive and obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir. Suzimo nodded and made up his mind. No matter how dangerous this Grand Primordium ancient temple was, he had to give it a shot. Suzimo was already decided and left the restaurant, preparing to bid farewell to Yang Beichen and head to the Grand Primordium ancient temple. In the bamboo forest deep in the mountains. In the past few days, the traces left behind by the battle had been cleaned up. With the capabilities of Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran, they easily rebuilt a wooden house that sat there in a simple manner. What? You're going to the Grand Primordium ancient temple? In the wooden house, Yang Beichen shook his head resolutely when he heard Suzimo's plan. No, that's too dangerous. Big brother, you know about the Grand Primordium ancient temple? Suzimo asked. I don't know much either. The Grand Primordium ancient temple is extremely mysterious. Although it has only appeared for a short 100-odd years, countless conjoint body mighty figures have died in it over the years. You're only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. You must not go. Suzimo shook his head without saying anything. It was clear that he had made up his mind. Yang Beichen said earnestly, Zimo, the descent of the Grand Primordium ancient temple in the Middle Continent will definitely attract many paragons and monster incarnates. With so many powerful figures as well as conjoint body mighty figures present, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Suzimo smiled. Back then, you merely heard that Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the others wanted to cause trouble for me at 100 Refinement Sect before you headed there alone and slaughtered 9 Tao Lords outside the sect single-handedly. Pausing for a moment, he said softly, you had just only entered the Dharma characteristic realm at that time as well. That scene was unforgettable for Suzimo. How heroic was that? That was the righteousness of the Azura. Where righteousness lies, even if millions of people stand against it, it will not change. Although Yang Beichen was only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he fought against Tao Lord Immortal Sword and other Tao Lords who had been famous for a long time without hesitation. Because of that, his essence spirit was injured and had yet to recover. Since there was a chance that there might be a 9 revolutions soul return elixir in the Grand Primordium ancient temple, Suzimo had to take it no matter what. Yang Beichen sighed gently and did not persuade further. They had different personalities and cultivated different saber techniques. However, all of them were loyal people. Yang Beichen pondered for a moment. I heard that the Grand Primordium ancient temple has just descended, but there's a dharmic power barrier outside. Cultivators can only enter after the barrier is weakened after a period of time. Zimo, don't be in a hurry to go. Stay here and cultivate during this period of time. If you can advance to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic will strengthen. With 3 Dharma characteristics, your combat strength will definitely increase to a new level and you will be able to protect yourself. Yes. Suzimo nodded. I've gained quite a bit from the battle with Hatred. I'm just about to calm down and comprehend them properly. Zimo, I'll go with you when the time comes. Qin Pianran said, this matter concerns Beichen and I can't let you take the risk alone. There's no need. Suzimo declined with a smile. If I travel alone, I can escape if there's any danger. However, if there's anyone else, I'll feel restricted instead. Furthermore, Big Brother is injured. Sister Qin, just stay here with him and await good news from me. Because of Yang Beichen, it would seem distant if they constantly referred to one another as fellow Taoists. As such, they changed the way they addressed one another. Qin Pianran was a little hesitant. Yang Beichen said, let Zimo go alone. I reckon that many paragons and monster incarnates of supersects will be attracted to this trip to the Grand Primordium ancient temple. You might attract trouble if you go. Qin Pianran nodded. She was a cultivator of sword sect. Now that she was with the notorious Azura of the fiend sects, Sword Sect must have kicked her out of the sect a long time ago and regarded as a traitor of the Immortal sects and disgrace of Sword Sect. If she encountered acquaintances from Sword Sect, there was a high chance that both parties would clash. At that thought, Qin Pianran gave up on that thought and stood up. She bowed deeply to Su Zimo and said sincerely, "Thank you, Zimo. Sister Qin, you're too kind." Su Zimo helped her up hurriedly. Qin Pianran smiled. "I can't help much either. During this period of time, I'll make a few side dishes for you to try." At the side, Yang Beichen could not help but exclaim, "Pianran's culinary skills are truly decent. I'll get to enjoy as well thanks to you." At their cultivation realm, they were already at the realm of Inedia. However, even immortals had the desire to eat and it was unavoidable. For the next month, Su Zimo stayed in the bamboo forest and cultivated in silence. Finally, a month later, he sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Chapter 1254, Heavenly Secrets. Chapter 1254, Heavenly Secrets. From early-stage Dharma characteristic to mid-stage Dharma characteristic this time round, it took a mere 6 years. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast. The further one cultivated, the more time and energy they would require to break through a minor realm. Although it was only at the early stage to mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, it was normal for some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords to spend hundreds or even thousands of years. Part of the reason why Su Zimo was able to break through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm in 6 years was because of his close to 5,000 years of accumulation in the Tao inheritance ground. On the other hand, it was also because of his battle with Tao Lord Hatred. This battle not only gave Su Zimo many insights, but also immense pressure. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were almost suppressed by the 90 feet supreme Dharma characteristic. Under that pressure, the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics grew rapidly and became even more condensed. Everything happened naturally when he broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for his 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, they had already climbed to a height of 87 feet. This was the level of the number 1 of the previous Dharma characteristic rankings. Although Tao Lord Immortal Sword's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 89 feet tall, it was only 85 feet tall when he first became the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Given Su Zimo's current combat strength, he could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm and suppress all Tao Lord. Even ordinary conjoint body mighty figures were not his match. Of course, if he encountered some paragons and monster incarnates of the conjoint body realm, especially those of supersects, it was unknown if Su Zimo could defeat them. However, one thing was certain: even conjoint body mighty figures of supersects would not be able to attempt to kill him as they did in the past. With 387 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo could carve out a path even if he was surrounded by conjoint body mighty figures. Of course, the danger of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple did not merely come from other cultivators. The mysterious ancient temple was a dangerous place to begin with. Nobody knew what dangers lurked within. The cultivators that survived did not encounter any danger. However, nobody knew what the cultivators who met with danger saw. That was because they had already died within. This day, after Su Zimo broke through to the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm, he bid farewell to Yang Beichen and was prepared to head to the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. "Zimo, you must be careful. If the situation doesn't look good, don't force yourself and retreat in time." Yang Beichen reminded, "After all, my essence spirit is only injured. Nothing must happen to you. Don't worry." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "I still want to drink with you after I'm back." "All right, I'll wait for you." Yang Beichen laughed as well. Thereafter, Su Zimo leaped up and auspicious clouds floated beneath his feet. He sped into the distance and disappeared before long. Sword Sect, Immortal Sword Tao Residence. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was sitting in his Tao residence with Tao Lord Cloud Rain beside him. Both of them had once escaped from Yang Beichen's hands, and after that calamity, their relationship became even closer and they met frequently. "You mean to say that Hatred and the Azura died in battle?" Tao Lord Immortal Sword frowned slightly and asked when he heard the news from Tao Lord Cloud Rain. Tao Lord Cloud Rain nodded. That's the rumor outside. There were many mixed, different sayings about the exact circumstances, but none of the cultivators saw it personally. That's impossible. Tao Lord Immortal Sword shook his head. Tao Lord Cloud Rain asked, why do you say that? Tao Lord Immortal Sword harumphed. That saying can deceive others, but how can it deceive us? You and I fought against the Azura before. Although we were defeated, he did not get off well either. His essence spirit must have been injured. Although injuries to the essence spirit are difficult to heal, it's not impossible. I heard that the Elixir Yang sect elder gave the Azura a 9 revolutions soul return elixir, Tao Lord Cloud Rain said indifferently. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said, even if the Azura's essence spirit is fine, only 20 years have passed. His cultivation is at most at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. As for hatred, his at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. Ever since he reappeared, he hasn't even used his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic and has already suppressed a titular disciple of the fiend sects. No matter how strong the Azura is, how can he leap realms and die in battle with hatred? You mean to say that hatred killed the Azura? Tao Lord Cloud Rain asked. It's hard to tell. There's definitely something fishy about this. Tao Lord Immortal Sword shook his head. Pausing for a moment, Tao Lord Cloud Rain seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, right, have you found that childhood sweetheart junior sister of yours yet? At the mention of that, Tao Lord Immortal Sword's eyes flashed with a dark glint. Not yet. Tao Lord Cloud Rain said with a fake smile, I heard that your junior sister was captured by the Azura previously. She's probably dead by now. No. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said coldly. Qin Pianran's destiny symbol was in Sword Sect and was intact. It was clear that she was not dead. Oh. Tao Lord Cloud Rain laughed. That's interesting. She was captured by the Azura who achieved his Tao through killing but did not die or return. He's a single man and she's a single woman. Tao Lord Immortal Sword's expression darkened completely as he said coldly, if that slut truly has an affair with the Azura of the fiend sects, she'll be the shame of our sword sect. If I find her, I'll definitely kill her personally. At that moment, Tao Lord Immortal Sword had completely forgotten that the slut he was referring to had saved his life. The world is vast. Who can find her if she truly wishes to hide? Tao Lord Cloud Rain shrugged his shoulders. Not necessarily. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said proudly, the successor of a certain place understands heaven and earth. He's able to peer into mysteries and divine everything in this world. Enigma Palace? Tao Lord Cloud Rain narrowed his eyes. Right then, a cultivator with fluttering robes strode over from outside the Tao Talisman door. He was handsome and wore a Confucian crown, holding a folding fan with a faint smile on his face. Tao Lord Cloud Rain's spirit consciousness scanned the person. He could not see through this cultivator's cultivation realm. Tao Lord Immortal Sword stood up to welcome him and revealed a smile as he shouted, fellow Daoist heavenly secrets, you've come from a long distance. Please pardon me for not welcoming you from afar. It's fine, there's no need to stand on courtesy between us. Heavenly Secrets had a warm smile that made one feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze without any resistance. Tao Lord Immortal Sword introduced to Tao Lord Cloud Rain, this is fellow Daoist Heavenly Secrets of Enigma Palace and this is Cloud Rain Sects. Before Tao Lord Immortal Sword could finish, Tao Lord Heavenly Secrets smiled. 5,000 years ago, he was number 2 on the Dharma characteristic ranking and is now the titular disciple of Cloud Rain Sect. Tao Lord Cloud Rain nodded to himself. He was certain that they had never met before. However, this Heavenly Secrets knew of his identity and background. He was indeed skilled. As the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking and a titular disciple of Sword Sect, Tao Lord Immortal Sword had a noble status and it was not surprising for him to befriend cultivators of Enigma Palace. Tao Lord Immortal Sword said, fellow Daoist Heavenly Secrets, I'm not going to stand on courtesy with you. The reason why I invited you here this time round is because I want you to help me find someone. She was originally a cultivator of Sword Sect, Qin Pianran. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. I'm not at the level where I can find someone with just a single name. What if I have her destiny symbol? Tao Lord Immortal Sword asked with a narrowed gaze. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. That will be easy then. Chapter 1255 Location of the Buddha Bead. Chapter 1255 Location of the Buddha Bead. To be able to divine the other party's location with a destiny symbol, his methods were truly unfathomable. There was naturally a reason why Enigma Palace was able to remain standing for so long as a supersect in Tianhuang mainland. Cultivators of Enigma Palace rarely participated in the fights between the various factions of the cultivation world, nor did they take part in events such as the Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking or Heaven and Earth Dharma Characteristic Ranking. However, no one dared to look down on the cultivators of Enigma Palace. Back in the Dao Inheritance Ground, the current titular disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji, managed to rescue Su Zimo from the hands of Di Yin and survive for more than 10 days after being hunted down by the latter. It was clear how strong he was. Dao Lord Cloud Rain had met Lin Xuanji before. However, he felt that this Heavenly Secrets was even more mysterious and unfathomable than Lin Xuanji. He was also wary of this cultivator who was all-knowing, mysterious and possessed strange methods, afraid that his background would be seen through. However, Dao Lord Cloud Rain was extremely scheming and praised with a smile on his face. Fellow Daoist, you sure are capable. I'm impressed. These things are not worth mentioning. Heavenly Secrets still had a faint smile on his face. I can't divine everybody. For example, given someone of your cultivation realm, fellow Daoist Cloud Rain, I won't be able to divine you even if I had your destiny symbol. He seemed to have seen through Dao Lord Cloud Rain's worries and said casually. Heavenly Secrets continued, as for Qin Pianran that immortal sword mentioned, it's slightly easier. However, given her cultivation realm, she might sense something. Right. Suddenly, Dao Lord Immortal Sword asked, regarding the battle a few days ago where both the Azura and Hatred died, what do you think about it, fellow Daoist? If I'm not wrong, Hatred should be dead. Heavenly Secrets said indifferently, as for the Azura, I can't divine it yet. I don't believe that the Azura can kill Hatred. He's not at that level yet. However, if it's not the Azura, who could have killed Hatred? Dao Lord Immortal Sword frowned. Given the combat strength he displayed, even conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. Heavenly Secrets was silent as well. He was not at the realm of knowing everything yet. Dao Lord Immortal Sword pondered for a moment and a name flashed through his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, could it be him? Who? Dao Lord Cloud Rain could not help but ask. Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Immortal Sword said slowly, I heard that after Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he condensed 2 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics and destroyed Dragon Tiger Sect, causing the mighty figures of the North region to bow down and submit to him. His reputation has already reached its limit. You mean to say that Desolate Marshal has arrived in the Middle Continent? A cold glint flashed through Dao Lord Cloud Rain's eyes as well. Both of them hated Su Zimo to the core. Their clones that they had cultivated for many years were destroyed in Thousand Demon Valley. Thereafter, they were hunted by the Azura outside 100 Refinement Sect and almost lost their lives. It was also because of Su Zimo. Furthermore, the heaven-slaying sword art that Dao Lord Immortal Sword lusted for was snatched away by Su Zimo as well. This matter was like a thorn that had been stuck in his heart for many years. It shouldn't be Desolate Marshal. He's only at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. 285 feet tall Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics shouldn't be a threat. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. At the very least, given fellow Daoist Immortal Sword's current combat strength, your 89 feet tall Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic is enough to suppress him. Yes. Dao Lord Immortal Sword nodded. However, given the lad's capabilities, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him if he wishes to escape. His potential is too great and will ultimately be a problem for us. If we want to deal with Desolate Marshal, we'll have to seek your help at that time. Fellow Daoist Heavenly Secrets. No problem. Heavenly Secrets nodded. Dao Lord Cloud Rain looked at Heavenly Secrets and suddenly said, I heard that this generation's titular disciple of Enigma Palace is rather close to Desolate Marshal. Heavenly Secrets' expression was unchanged as he maintained the smile on his face. Lin Xuanji, Fufu. He's not enough to stop me if I want to deal with someone. Tao Lord Cloud Rain understood. It was clear that Xuanji and Heavenly Secrets were at odds. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Tao Lord Cloud Rain said, I heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple has descended in the Middle Continent. Since the three of us are gathered, why don't we head over and explore? Given our capabilities, the three of us should be able to avoid any danger. Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Tao Lord Immortal Sword was tempted as well. It was said that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple contained many treasures and secret skills. He had already cultivated to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. If he entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and obtained a few treasures and some opportunities, he would definitely be able to advance to the conjoint body realm immediately. I'd advise the two of you not to go. Heavenly Secrets had a smile on his face the entire time after he entered the cave abode. However, the smile on his face vanished the moment he heard the words Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Fellow Daoist, is there something you know? Tao Lord Immortal Sword's heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask. Heavenly Secrets merely shook his head and a strange blood glint flashed through the depths of his eyes as he sneered, those cultivators that gather there are merely the greedy ones. They will eventually end up paving the road for others to benefit. Jade Toad Ridge was originally an ordinary mountain forest in the Middle Continent. Ridges as such could be seen everywhere in the Middle Continent. However, in the past month, Jade Toad Ridge had turned lively with many cultivators from all over the place. Furthermore, as time passed by, the number of cultivators that arrived at Jade Toad Ridge increased. What was even more frightening was that the cultivation realms of these cultivators were extremely high. Even those standing outside were at the Void Reversion realm. Almost all the cultivators who dared to venture deep into Jade Toad Ridge were Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. In the depths of Jade Toad Ridge, there were even traces of conjoint body mighty figures. The reason why all those powerful cultivators were gathered was because of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple that had suddenly appeared in Tianhuang mainland more than 100 years ago. This day, Su Zimo arrived at Jade Toad Ridge. Many void reversions lingered around the outer perimeter of Jade Toad Ridge and did not dare to venture deep, discussing fervently. Have you heard? A great treasure has appeared in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple this time round. What? It's said to be a treasure from tens of thousands of years ago. They are 2 Buddha beads that were lost from the Mingwang prayer beads. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The Mingwang prayer beads had 6 Buddha beads that corresponded to different Buddhist Dharmic seals and Daming mantra respectively. Right now, Su Zimo had 4 Buddha beads on his left wrist and 2 of them were lost. For the past tens of thousands of years, there had been no news of them. Those 2 Buddha beads contained the strongest 2 Daming Dharmic seals. To think that the 2 Buddha beads would be in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo should be delighted when he heard the location of the Buddha beads. However, for some reason, he felt that something was amiss. It was normal for Buddha beads to be in an ancient temple. However, this ancient temple only appeared more than 100 years ago. How could Buddha beads that were lost for tens of thousands of years be inside? After pondering for a long time, Su Zimo still could not understand as he shook his head and entered Jade Toad Ridge. Be it the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir or the 2 Buddha beads, he had to enter the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to check things out. Chapter 1256, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud. Chapter 1256, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud. Deeper inside, the number of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords gathered in Jade Toad Ridge increased and even exceeded 1,000. As Su Zimo advanced, he finally caught sight of the legendary Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Initially, he was confused. It was just an ancient temple, how large could it be such that it was worth exploring? It was unlikely that the ancient temple could accommodate the number of cultivators gathered here. However, a deep look of shock flashed through Su Zimo's eyes the moment he caught sight of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was way too huge. Or rather, this ancient temple could no longer be described simply as huge. Instead, it was majestic and extravagant, like a massive creature that had experienced the baptism of countless years that sat in the depths of a mountain. The capital of Great Jew was grand enough to accommodate millions of people with ease. However, this grand primordium ancient temple was dozens of times larger than the capital of Great Jew. Susimo arrived at the outer perimeter of the grand primordium ancient temple and stood in midair. Compared to the ancient temple, his body was like a speck of dust on the surface. It was no wonder why so many cultivators coveted the grand primordium ancient temple. Even Susimo was shocked when he saw the grand primordium ancient temple. He would not believe that there were no treasures within it. Susimo looked at the ancient temple and his vision blurred. The ancient temple seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss that wanted to devour everything. Suddenly, Susimo felt his heart race. His heart skipped a beat. This was an impulse and a warning from his spirit perception. It was definitely not a coincidence. Seems like the grand primordium ancient temple is truly a dangerous place. Susimo lamented internally and looked around with a grim expression. He was already on guard before entering the ancient temple. There are so many experts this time round. If a great treasure truly appears, it will definitely cause a bloodbath. That's for sure. I heard that more than 10 Tao Lords who were on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking are here. That's right. I heard that 2 Buddha beads have appeared and the second on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking, Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery, has arrived. Back when Monk Black Gold fought for the number 1 of the Dharma characteristic ranking, he was only defeated by Tao Lord Immortal Sword. I wonder how high his Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic has grown after 1,000 years. In my opinion, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords have to step aside. At that time, the ancient temple will become a battlefield for conjoint body mighty figures. Many a time, opportunities are important. Even though conjoint body mighty figures are strong, they might not be able to obtain treasures. Many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords lingered around the vicinity of the grand primordium ancient temple. Susimo could clearly see that there was a thin barrier of dharmic powers surrounding the grand primordium ancient temple that was weakening as time passed. Before long, the dharmic power barrier would not be able to stop the cultivators here. Susimo attracted quite a bit of attention when he arrived near the grand primordium ancient temple. However, those cultivators merely swept their gazes at him and paid no more attention. Almost everyone in the cultivation world knew of Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. However, not many cultivators had seen him before. It was especially so for the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords present. Most of them had been famous for a long time while Susimo had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and had yet to have the chance to interact with them. Furthermore, all the cultivators were focused on the grand primordium ancient temple right now and Susimo's arrival did not cause much of a stir. Right then, more than 10 cultivators arrived not far away. They wore Chaos Essence Sect's robes and had powerful auras. They were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect. The Tao Lord of Chaos Essence Sect in the lead rode on a rat that was as large as an elephant. It was filled with golden fur and its eyes were small and keen. It bared its sharp teeth and was extremely ferocious. Susimo definitely had a deep feud with Chaos Essence Sect. To a certain extent, Chaos Essence Sect hated Susimo even more than Glass Palace and other sect. In this generation, Chaos Essence Sect originally gave birth to 2 monster incarnates, Yi Tiancheng and Di Yin. They were known as the Chaos Essence Twin Paragons and were the hope of Chaos Essence Sect's rise. Unfortunately, the 2 monster incarnates died in Susimo's hands one after another. That was a huge blow for Chaos Essence Sect. Later on, Chaos Essence Sect's half-martial ancestor pursued Susimo and even hunted him down to the Dragon Burial Valley where a conjoint body mighty figure died, shocking Tianhuang mainland. The hunt towards Susimo came to an end there. Chaos Essence Sect suffered immense losses and many deaths. More than 10 years later, Susimo reconstructed his Green Lotus true body and returned in a domineering manner. However, there were no more outstanding monster incarnates of Chaos Essence Sect that rose in recent years. The fact that Susimo killed Di Yin and Yi Tiancheng was akin to severing Chaos Essence Sect's fortune. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud of Chaos Essence Sect is here. He was 11th of the previous Dharma characteristic realm. It's said that the demon beast beneath Tao Lord Sunset Cloud is a pure-blooded ferocious beast, the Gold-Eater Rat. It specializes in devouring divine weapons to cultivate and is extremely violent. Furthermore, the Gold-Eater Rat has an extremely keen sense of smell and can sniff out many metal-type treasures. Even the layers of barriers can't stop its sense of smell. I heard that the Gold-Eater Rat doesn't even fancy ordinary treasures. Some cultivators pointed to the gigantic rat beneath Tao Lord Sunset Cloud and whispered. Right then, the Gold-Eater Rat seemed to have sensed something and stuck its nose out repeatedly, sniffing wildly in the air. Finally, it turned around and looked towards Su Zimo. An obscure spirit consciousness fluctuation spread between the Gold-Eater Rat and Tao Lord Sunset Cloud. Before long, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Su Zimo looked straight with a calm expression. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud smirked coldly and led the dozens of Tao Lords behind him towards Su Zimo. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lords gradually separated and stood in a seemingly casual manner. However, they surrounded Su Zimo vaguely. Look, something's happening over there. Some cultivators noticed this and exclaimed excitedly. The Gold-Eater Rat must have discovered a treasure and Tao Lord Sunset Cloud wants to snatch it. H. That itinerant cultivator came alone and is only at the Dharma characteristic realm. If he truly is in possession of great treasures, who else is a better target to rob? Many cultivators watched coldly from the sidelines. Naturally, no one would stand up for Su Zimo for something as such. Furthermore, the other party was from a super sect like Chaos Essence Sect. Hey! Right then, a cultivator in the crowd exclaimed softly, "That green-robed cultivator looks familiar. He seems to be the legendary Tao Lord Desolate Marshal." The words Tao Lord Desolate Marshal caused a huge stir. However, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud and the others did not hear the clamor around the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. That can't be. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is far away in the North region. Why would he come all the way to the Middle Continent for the sake of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Green robes, black hair, refined features that match the appearance of the legendary Desolate Marshal. Not far away, a commotion broke out in the crowd. At that moment, Tao Lord Sunset Cloud rode on his Gold-Eater Rat and had already arrived before Su Zimo, looking down at him. Chapter 1257 I'm Desolate Marshal. Chapter 1257 I'm Desolate Marshal. Hand it over. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud came before Su Zimo and did not waste time talking to him. In fact, he could not even be bothered to ask for Su Zimo's name and sect. He had the confidence and strength. Firstly, the Dharma characteristic ranking encompassed almost all the strongest paragons and monster incarnates of Tianhuang mainland. As the 11th of the Dharma characteristic ranking, he had never seen this green-robed cultivator before. If someone couldn't even make it onto the Dharma characteristic ranking, the person was naturally not qualified to fight him. Secondly, he was backed by Chaos Essence Sect. However, this green-robed cultivator did not have any emblem of any sect or faction on him. He was alone and there was a high chance that he was an itinerant cultivator. If an itinerant cultivator had a treasure that could tempt the Gold-Eater Rat, what did he have to fear? Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Hand over what?" "You have a treasure of Chaos Essence Sect with you," Tao Lord Sunset Cloud said coldly. "My demon beast can sense everything clearly. I'd advise you to hand it over obediently and perhaps, you might be able to survive." Many cultivators watching sneered internally. This was clearly nonsense. Even if this green-robed cultivator had Chaos Essence Sect's treasure, how could a beast differentiate it? Initially, Su Zimo was puzzled as to what treasure of his the beast set its sights on. The truly valuable treasures in his possession were the Creation Lotus Platform, Mystic Magnet Mountain and Mingwang Prayer Beads. However, those three treasures were not made of any metal. Su Zimo quickly understood. It was the Green Lotus True Body. His Green Lotus True Body was made from the stem of the Creation Green Lotus and the leaves of the lotus were his skin. It was created by fusing many carnate dharmic weapons, Di Yin's Chaos Essence Bell and Dragon Battling Truncheon. Dao Being Glass's Rainbow Glazed Pagoda. Dao Being Heavenly Dipper's Saber. Dao being Zephyr Thunder's Zephyr Thunder Hammer. The Gold-Eater rat must have sensed the aura of those carnate dharmic weapons. Even after all these years, Chaos Essence Sect is still so overbearing in its ways. Su Zimo said meaningfully. If one thought about it carefully, they would be able to tell that something was amiss. However, Dao Lord Sunset Cloud did not take Su Zimo seriously at all and would naturally not think about what he was implying. He said proudly, Chaos Essence Sect has always been like this. I thought that your sect would be more restrained after the death of the Chaos Essence twin paragons. To think that you guys haven't improved at all. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. You must have a death wish. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned murderous. The other Dao Lords of Chaos Essence Sect had ugly expressions as well. At that time, Di Yin and Yi Tiancheng were extremely famous and were invincible among their peers. To think that they would be killed by desolate martial one after another, that was Chaos Essence Sect's scar. But now, the green-robed cultivator before them had actually torn the scar in front of so many cultivators. How could the Chaos Essence Sect cultivators not be enraged? Su Zimo said indifferently, it's best if you guys don't provoke me. I'm here today because of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and I don't want to create unnecessary trouble. That was indeed what Su Zimo thought. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was filled with unknowns. He did not want to engage in a battle with others outside before entering the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple and seeing anything. Of course, that was also his final warning. However, that warning enraged Dao Lord Sunset Cloud and the others completely. Who are you? How dare you threaten me? He slapped his storage bag and summoned a flying sword, piercing it towards Su Zimo. Turning into a streak of light, the flying sword burst forth with a bedazzling light at an extremely fast speed. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo did not move at all. In fact, he did not even summon his dharmic weapon or dodge. However, his eyes burned brightly as he suddenly spoke and said 3 words. I'm Desolate Marshal. Those words exploded in the crowd like thunder. Right after, just as the flying sword was about to pierce Su Zimo's glabella, he extended his fair palm and caught the incoming flying sword. The flying sword had 6 dharmic patterns and was a carnate Dao Lord dharmic weapon. It was extremely sharp and could slice metal like mud. Even supreme-grade Dao Lord dharmic weapons could be severed by a single slash, let alone flesh and blood. However, under countless gazes, the carnate Dao Lord dharmic weapon was gripped tightly by Su Zimo's palm and could not move at all. The most terrifying thing was that there was no blood on Su Zimo's palm. In other words, the carnate Dao Lord dharmic weapon did not even manage to pierce Su Zimo's skin. He received a carnate Dao Lord dharmic weapon with his body but was completely fine. How was that possible? The crowd fell into an uproar. What shocked many cultivators even more was the words, I'm Desolate Marshal. There was nothing more shocking than those words. Although there were countless Dao titles in Tianhuang mainland, there was only a single person who dared to use the Dao title Desolate Marshal. Dao Lord Desolate Marshal had arrived in the Middle Continent. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was stunned as well. He had calculated everything and could even imagine how Su Zimo should react. He was even prepared for many follow-up attacks. However, this was the only thing he did not predict. I'm Desolate Marshal. Those words caused a boom in his mind and he was momentarily dazed. Not only do I dare to threaten you, I even dare to kill you. Su Zimo took advantage of the moment when Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was in a daze and suddenly attacked. He flipped the flying sword in his hands and threw it out, piercing towards Dao Lord Sunset Cloud's head at an even faster speed. Dao Lord Sunset Cloud was a paragon ranked 11 on the Dharma characteristic ranking after all. In a flash, he reacted and hurriedly condensed his essence spirit, controlling the incoming flying sword to deviate to the side. That flying sword was his destiny dharmic weapon. Even so, the power of Su Zimo's sword toss nearly exceeded his control. The flying sword merely shifted slightly and brushed past Dao Lord Sunset Cloud's cheek, causing a blooded wound to appear instantly. If he had reacted slower, the flying sword would have pierced his head. Instantly, Dao Lord Sunset Cloud broke out in cold sweat. There was a boom. A phantom rose from Dao Lord Sunset Cloud's body and rose rapidly. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. How could Tao Lord Sunset Cloud be careless after knowing Su Zimo's identity? He was prepared to summon his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic right away to protect himself. However, the moment Su Zimo threw out the flying sword, a blinding sword chi burst forth from his fingertip. It was a vast expanse of white. The killing intent was earth-shaking, heaven-slaying sword art. Poof! The sword chi entered Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's glabella and pierced a bloody hole in his head. His essence spirit was destroyed on the spot and he could not have been more dead. Before his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could truly be formed, it was killed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The demon beast, the gold-eater rat, beneath him was sliced into two by the heaven-slaying sword chi as well and died on the spot. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's eyes gradually dimmed. He was still a step too late. If he had released his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, he would not have been defeated so quickly given his combat strength. Unfortunately, in a fight between experts, an instant was everything. The moment Sunset Cloud heard the words "I'm desolate Marshal," that momentary lapse of attention was enough to determine his death. Chapter 1258, Boundless Golden Light. Chapter 1258, Boundless Golden Light. Desolate Marshal, how dare you? A Tao Lord of Chaos Essence sect hollered, we have a mighty figure nearby and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think that Chaos Essence sect is weak? Su Zimo sneered coldly and put away Tao Lord Sunset Cloud's storage bag casually. I don't know if Chaos Essence sect is weak. However, since this person dared to attack me, I'll kill him. To the cultivators, this was a normal occurrence. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud was foolish and wanted to snatch Desolate Marshal's treasure. He deserved to be killed. A Tao Lord of Chaos Essence sect had long taken out a messenger talisman from his storage bag and crushed it. If nothing went wrong, a conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect would arrive soon. Su Zimo frowned. It was not that he was afraid of Chaos Essence sect's mighty figure. If he released his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, he could suppress ordinary conjoint body mighty figures and could even fight against Chaos Essence sect's mighty figure. However, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was about to open up and the situation inside was unknown. Condensing a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic to fight against a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect would definitely require a lot of energy. If anything were to happen in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, things would be troublesome. Furthermore, he had yet to see the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir and Buddha beads. Once the Buddha beads appeared, they would cause a huge battle as well. That was the true test. It was not worth it to fight to the death with a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect now. At that thought, Su Zimo was prepared to leave and avoid the attack temporarily. What are you doing? When the Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect saw that Su Zimo was about to leave, they shouted one after another in a fierce manner. A mighty figure of our sect is about to arrive. Are you trying to escape? Who dares to stop me if I want to leave? Su Zimo swept his gaze and said coldly. Although more than 10 Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect surrounded Su Zimo, none of them dared to step forward, let alone stop him. Over the years, Desolate Marshal's reputation had been way too great. It was said that Desolate Marshal had already condensed a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 80 feet tall at the Void Reversion realm. Up till this point of their cultivation, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had yet to condense heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall. Tao Lord Sunset Cloud, the only one who had cultivated a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 84 feet tall, was killed by Desolate Marshal before he could even release his Dharma characteristic. Later on, it was said that when Desolate Marshal entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 285 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. None of them dared to fight against such terrifying combat strength. Where is Desolate Marshal? Right then, a holler sounded from afar with endless rage and killing intent. It's Elder Leilai. The Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect were delighted. Su Zimo no longer hesitated and sped into the distance. Elder Leilai has arrived. Let's see where else you can escape to. When the Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect heard that a conjoint body mighty figure of their sect had arrived, they became even bolder and shifted horizontally, blocking Suzimo's path. To them, Elder Lei Lai had already rushed over, and Suzimo would definitely not dare to be entangled with them out of cowardice. Unexpectedly, Suzimo's expression turned cold when he saw that the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords did not know what was good for them and even dared to attack him. He closed his fingers and gathered the heaven-slaying sword art, releasing more than 10 sword chi in succession. After cultivating for close to 5,000 years in the Tao inheritance ground, Suzimo's comprehension of the heaven-slaying sword art was no longer comparable to before. The fact that Tao Lord Hatred could receive the heaven-slaying sword chi with his terrifying combat strength did not mean that other Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could as well. Bang! 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 Sensing danger, those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords released their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics right away. Dharma characteristics that were more than 70 feet tall rose one after another, emitting powerful auras with immense might. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi descended the moment those heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were formed. Kai, Kai, Kai. Sword chi struck the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics one after another. In front of everyone, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were sliced into two by the white sword chi and dissipated instantly. Even heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were more than 70 feet tall could not stop the heaven-slaying sword chi. What was even more terrifying was that after destroying the heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, the heaven-slaying sword chi still had remnant might and slashed at some of Chaos Essence sect's Tao Lords. Some Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not dodge in time and were cut into two on the spot by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi surged into their bodies and destroyed the life force within instantly. Even their consciousnesses were sliced into pieces and their essence spirits were destroyed. Some of the Chaos Essence sect Tao Lords were decisive and abandoned their physical bodies right away, escaping into the distance with their essence spirits. That was the only way they survived. All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. It was too tragic. None of those Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect were nobodies in the cultivation world. Otherwise, they would not have dared to come to the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Unfortunately, those Tao Lords of Chaos Essence sect were killed on the spot by the sword chi released by Suzimo's fingertip. There were always various rumors about Desolate Marshal in the cultivation world. They spoke of his strong physique and how he was invincible within the same cultivation realm. Many cultivators were skeptical about those rumors. It was only now that the cultivators witnessed this scene that they truly understood how terrifying Suzimo was. On the other side, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Sword sect with a long sword on his back had a grim expression. He crushed a messenger talisman right away and summoned a mighty figure of the sect as well. It was Tao Lord Purple Sword, 9th on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. That is one of the 3 ancient sword arts, the heaven-slaying sword art. You guys won't be able to defend against it, Tao Lord Purple Sword declared. During the battle at the Tao inheritance ground, many cultivators knew that Suzimo had cultivated an extremely powerful sword technique. However, not many people knew the origin of that sword technique. Naturally, the sword sect cultivators knew about it. The reason why sword sect could be established was naturally thanks to the Sword Emperor. However, the reason why the Sword Emperor was so famous in the past was because he cultivated one of the 3 ancient sword art. The lifeless sword art of sword sect was also deduced from that sword art. Desolate Marshal, how dare you injure Chaos Essence sect cultivators? Right then, Elder Lei Lai of Chaos Essence sect arrived with an enraged beard and endless killing intent in his eyes. He attacked all of a sudden. A tremendous pressure descended. This was the might of the conjoint body realm. Instantly, heaven and earth shook. Glancing at Elder Lei Lai, Suzimo smirked and sneered internally. Electric arcs burst forth from his body and a pair of dharmic power wings grew from his back. Thereafter, Suzimo vanished from the spot and turned into a golden streak of light, crossing thousands of kilometers in an instant at an extremely fast speed. Although Elder Lei Lai was strong, he missed and Suzimo had already escaped far away. In that instant, Suzimo released 3 movement technique secret skills in succession. Apart from lightning escape and ethereal wings, There was also an escape technique he had comprehended in the Tao inheritance ground known as boundless golden light. The speed of the 3 secret skills was not inferior to blood escape when they were released at the same time. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not catch up to him. Elder Lei Lai missed his attack and chased after Su Zimo without hesitation, wanting to kill the latter. However, no matter how he channeled his blood chi, released his secret skills and escape techniques, he could not shorten the distance between him and Su Zimo. Chapter 1259, 4 Vajras. Chapter 1259, 4 Vajras. Ha 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 ha. So, the renowned Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is actually a cowardly rat. When Elder Lei Lai saw that he could not catch up to Su Zimo, he deliberately roared in laughter to anger the latter. Su Zimo's expression did not change and he merely glanced at Elder Lei Lai indifferently without any interest in retorting. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was about to open up and he had no intention of fighting against conjoint body mighty figures outside for the time being. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that more than one conjoint body mighty figure was gathering towards him. Chaos Essence Sect was not the only one targeting him. Sects like Zephyr Thunder Palace and Sword Sect wanted to kill him as well and steal his cultivation techniques and secret skills. The Middle Continent was unlike the North region. In the North region, the factions were still afraid of the Patriarch in his twilight years beneath the Dragon Burial Valley. However, this was the Middle Continent. Mahayana Patriarchs were not omniscient and omnipotent. The person from Dragon Burial Valley was already in his twilight years and had limited energy. It was impossible for him to know beforehand what danger Su Zimo would face. Even if he knew, it would be too late. That was the reason why Elder Lei Lai dared to attack Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, how heroic are you to establish the martial Tao and impart martial arts to all living beings? Aren't you ashamed now that you're fleeing like a rat? Elder Lei Lai was still unwilling to give up and shouted from behind. Many cultivators rolled their eyes. As a conjoint body mighty figure, he disregarded his status to chase after a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and wanted the latter to stop. Yet, he was talking to the latter about shame. In their eyes, Elder Lei Lai was like an exasperated idiot who had lost his mind. There was no hint of the demeanor of a mighty figure at all. Boom. Right then, a rumble sounded from the direction of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. The dharmic power barrier that was initially surrounding the ancient temple gradually disappeared, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Even Elder Lei Lai paused in his tracks and turned back. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had opened. Nobody wanted to be left behind when the ancient temple opened. If they could enter the ancient temple first, they might gain the advantage. Elder Lei Lai was indignant, but he could only give up on his pursuit of Su Zimo for the time being. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple first. Frustrated, he turned around to look only to discover that Su Zimo had already made a move before him, transforming into a golden beam of light that sped towards the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Fellow Daoist Lei Lai, let's go too. Right then, the mighty figure of Sword Sect arrived beside Lei Lai. He had sneaked over earlier on to kill Desolate Marshal. Unfortunately, Desolate Marshal seemed to have sensed danger beforehand and managed to avoid his ambush each time. The mighty figure of Sword Sect said, "There's a higher chance of killing that lad inside the ancient temple." "That's right." Elder Lei Lai nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and moved at the same time, heading towards the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that moment, in Jade Toad Ridge, the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was like a gigantic creature with a gaping mouth as cultivators from all directions swarmed in. Initially, there were only slightly more than 2,000 cultivators that appeared near the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, after the opening of the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, many cultivators hiding in the surroundings appeared one after another and charged into the ancient temple, wanting to fight for their own opportunity. A single Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had attracted more than 5,000 Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. It was clear how flourishing the cultivation civilization of the Middle Continent was. There were 4 entrances to the ancient temple that corresponded to the 4 directions. Su Zimo entered through the north gate. When he arrived before the grand primordium ancient temple, he could sense its grandeur even clearer. The walls of the ancient temple were made from a gigantic rock without any connecting gaps. It was a work of the god. Su Zimo entered the grand primordium ancient temple with the crowd warily. Upon entering the ancient temple, his vision cleared up. The ancient temple was like a small world of its own within that was extremely spacious. A row of green lanterns were placed beneath the four walls of the ancient temple. There was no oil inside and they were all extinguished. There were many portraits drawn on the four walls, as though they were legends of the Buddhist monasteries. Of course, the most striking things on the four walls were the four enraged Vajras in the middle. Their bodies were massive and they were 90 feet tall. Standing upright, their eyes were widened and their eyeballs protruded with a terrifying might. Legend has it that the Buddhist monasteries had four great guardian Vajras. Known as the four heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries, they were the country pillar Heavenly King, growth Heavenly King, boundless vision Heavenly King and infinite hearing Heavenly King. The portraits on the four walls were clearly from that legend of the Buddhist monasteries. The four Vajras widened their eyes in rage. Although they were only paintings, they exuded endless might. All the cultivators exchanged glances and were shocked, lowering their heads instinctively. Not to mention Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, even many conjoint body mighty figures had weaker auras against the furious gazes of the four Vajras. Su Zimo felt even stranger. His spirit perception had been warning him the moment he stepped foot into the grand primordium ancient temple. However, in the ancient temple, that warning no longer had much meaning. That was because Su Zimo could not tell where the danger came from. It might have originated from the grand primordium ancient temple. It could also be from other cultivators. The strangest thing was that Su Zimo felt like he was being spied on the moment he entered the ancient temple. However, he could not tell where the spying sensation came from within the chaotic crowd. Or rather, it seemed like it came from all directions. There's indeed something evil about this ancient temple. Su Zimo frowned and murmured. Many cultivators had already dispersed. Some of them sped towards the ancient temple in search of other hidden routes and space. Some of them came beneath the walls and looked at the many Buddha statues on the walls, wanting to discover some secret from them. Some of them came before a stone pillar that could fit 10 people and started circling it. Some cultivators even ran to the green lanterns and examined them carefully, wanting to determine if they were powerful treasures. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. All of a sudden, boom! Suddenly, a gigantic stone door descended from above the four entrances of the grand primordium ancient temple and sealed them tightly. Instantly, the entire hall fell into darkness. Everyone present were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Although they could still see their surroundings clearly in the darkness, the sudden change caused quite a stir. What's going on? What happened? Which one of them triggered a trap by accident? The hall was in a mess. Swoosh. Right then, the green lanterns beneath the walls suddenly lit up. They burned with flames that flickered. Under the dim lights, the four Vajras looked extremely menacing, as though they were suddenly alive. Many cultivators were shocked. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Even with Su Zimo's temperament, his expression changed drastically as he gasped and felt chills run down his spine. Chapter 1260 Elixir located. Chapter 1260 Elixir located. However, before long, many cultivators realized that it was only because of the dim lights that caused the shadows of the four Buddhist Vajras to stretch and form the effect. The initially restless crowd gradually calmed down. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had been silent with a grim expression. After that shock, many cultivators even forgot that the four entrances to the grand primordium ancient temple had been completely sealed. The group of them, be it Dharma characteristic Tao Lords or conjoint body mighty figures, were trapped in the ancient temple. Right then, a cultivator realized this and observed the entrances of the grand primordium ancient temple, shouting, "Everyone, take a look. The entrances are completely sealed. What are you afraid of?" Another person did not mind at all. There are so many Tao Lords and mighty figures among us. At most, We'll join forces to break through this stone door. Could this ancient temple still trap us here? Boom. On the other side, a loud bang sounded. It was an attack from a conjoint body mighty figure that was attempting to break through the gate. Bang. 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 The conjoint body mighty figure attacked the stone door consecutively and released a powerful and ferocious power. However, the stone door did not budge at all. Against the stone door, the power of the conjoint body mighty figure was like a rock that was cast into the sea, vanishing without a trace. There's no way out of this ancient temple. The conjoint body mighty figure had a terrible expression. Even if all the conjoint body mighty figures here join forces, we won't be able to shatter this stone door. Suddenly, another situation occurred. Bang! Boom! Boom! A series of violent explosions sounded from the depths of the ancient temple. Many cultivators felt that they could not steady themselves and leaped into the air hurriedly. Even so, the void where the cultivators could see was still distorted. Even if they released their spirit consciousnesses, they would not be able to see far beyond the shattered distortion. Immediately after, all the cultivators felt as though they were drawn in by a strange power. The world spun as they passed through the voids and arrived in another space. Suzimo had the same experience and feelings. It was an indescribable feeling that was both familiar and strange. He could not resist the attraction. In a daze, many cultivators focused their gazes and were shocked to discover that they had already left the main hall of the Grand Primordium ancient temple and arrived in another secret chamber. The secret chamber was completely sealed without any gaps and tough walls were everywhere. Of course, although it was a secret chamber, its size was unimaginable and resembled a gigantic palace. Suzimo surveyed his surroundings. Initially, there were more than 5,000 of them in the main hall of the ancient temple. At that moment, there were only slightly more than 500 people in this secret chamber with him. It was as though the group of cultivators had been forcefully separated. It must be the same for the other cultivators apart from the 500-odd people in this secret chamber. They must have been separated into their own individual secret chambers. How could this be? Could we have triggered some trap or formation? Suzimo frowned in thought. Normally speaking, the most likely reason for such a phenomenon to happen in the Grand Primordium ancient temple was because of a trap formation. However, he surveyed his surroundings for a long time and could not find any signs of any formation patterns or trap. A carnate dharmic weapon. Right then, a cultivator picked up an ancient mirror on a table in the secret chamber and examined it carefully before exclaiming. Although the ancient mirror looked unassuming, after wiping away the dust on it, one could clearly see that there were 6 dharmic patterns etched on the surface of the ancient mirror. That voice attracted the attention of many cultivators. Initially, the 500-odd cultivators trapped in the secret chamber were still worried about how they were going to get out. However, at that moment, many cultivators dispersed and searched the secret chamber, wanting to discover more treasures. Perfect bone corrosion sword. A sword sect cultivator picked up a secret manual and was delighted when he opened it. The reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to find an ancient sword art. This perfect bone corrosion sword was lost in the ancient era and was extremely powerful. To think that it would be found in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Before long, cultivators found what they wanted. The number of treasures in this secret chamber was unimaginable. Suzimo could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. He sniffed gently and headed in a direction. His 5 senses were sharp and if there were any elixirs, he could smell them right away. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo arrived beside an elixir furnace. There were many spirit medicine shelves beside the cauldron with rows of spirit herbs that emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Some cultivators who had arrived earlier were grabbing wildly. In fact, some of the cultivators were already fighting. Suzimo did not move and merely lingered around the elixir furnace. Thereafter, his gaze gradually froze. Squatting down, he peeled away the ashes beneath the elixir furnace and revealed half a jade bottle. Suzimo took the jade bottle over and opened the bottle stopper as his eyes lit up with a glint. There were 2 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixirs within. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixirs were not placed on the shelves but buried in the ashes. With the 9 revolutions soul return elixirs, his purpose for this trip was halve. What Suzimo had to do next was to search for the Buddha beads and return alive. All of a sudden, his expression changed, as though he sensed something. Without even turning back, he swung his arm and flung it behind him. At the same time, a figure appeared behind him and stabbed towards him with a sword. Piak! Suzimo's palm collided with the sword and did a coil, tremble and yank. He snatched the sword over. Without even looking at it, Suzimo threw the sword in reverse. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. The sword pierced the cultivator's chest. However, that person's body shifted slightly and avoided fatal damage. Suzimo closed 2 fingers and slashed gently at the person. He seized the sword and counterattacked, releasing sword chi. The series of counterattacks were fluid as water without any pauses at all. Kai. No matter how the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord struggled, he could not dodge the heaven-slaying sword chi. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was sliced into 2 by his own flying sword and his essence spirit was destroyed on the spot. Without even looking, Suzimo already knew that this was a Dharma characteristic of the Fiend sect's Hidden Death sect. Apart from Hidden Death sect, no other sect would be able to sneak behind him stealthily and at such a close distance. He had just obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixirs and did not expect to attract killing intent so quickly. Desolate Marshal, hand over the 9 revolutions soul return elixirs. A conjoint body mighty figure strode towards Suzimo with a burning gaze and immense might. How dare you covet something of mine? You must have a death wish. Suzimo's gaze turned cold. This conjoint body mighty figure had no sect or faction. Unless he had any powerful trump cards, it would be extremely easy for Suzimo to kill him without even using his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. When this conjoint body mighty figure saw Suzimo being chased by Lei Lai outside the ancient temple, he thought that Desolate Marshal was nothing much and thus wanted to fight for the 9 revolutions soul return elixirs. However, what he did not know was that that was outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Everything was unknown. The 9 revolutions soul return elixirs and Buddha bead had not appeared yet. There was naturally no way Suzimo was going to fight Lei Lai. But now, even if he was up against Lei Lai, he would not retreat. Chapter 1261 Rivers of Blood. Chapter 1261 Rivers of Blood. Boom. Without a second word, the conjoint body mighty figure arrived before Suzimo and threw out a punch, releasing a terrifying heaven and earth power. The air in the secret chamber turned scorching and suffocating. At the conjoint body realm, one would fuse their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics into their bodies. With every single move, he could release the might of heaven and earth. Humans could only truly break free from the foundation of their weak bodies at the conjoint body realm and could fight against many ferocious beasts in melee combat. If a severed arm could be regrown, one could imagine how immense the life force possessed by a conjoint body mighty figure was. The entire void trembled with that punch. Great Sanskrit light fists. Suzimo's gaze intensified and he did not dodge or avoid. Channeling his essence spirit, he conjured hand seals and struck the incoming conjoint body mighty figure. That single punch was like a blazing sun that shone with endless light, illuminating the entire secret chamber like daylight. The light possessed a divine and flawless power that seemed like it could cleanse everything. Boom. The fists collided with a deafening bang. The cultivators were shocked when they saw that. They had witnessed Suzimo attack outside the Grand Primordium ancient temple before. It was decisive, sharp and powerful. However, none of them expected that the power that Suzimo displayed right now was even more terrifying than they had imagined. He could fight against conjoint body mighty figures without using his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Even conjoint body mighty figures had differences in strength. If he was up against mighty figures of supersects such as Elder Lei Lai, Suzimo could only fight them by summoning his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. However, the conjoint body mighty figure before him was far from that. You! The conjoint body mighty figure was stunned by Suzimo's punch. He had not expected that the power of his punch would not be able to repel a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, let alone kill him. Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Suzimo conjured a sword art with his right hand and slashed gently at the mighty figure. Kai! The heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth. The heaven-slaying sword chi was way too terrifying, and its killing power could even cause the stars in the skies to turn chaotic and alter their trajectories. If it was any ordinary dharmic art, a conjoint body mighty figure could shatter it with his bare hand. He could break all dharmic arts with brute force. However, in the face of the heaven-slaying sword chi, the mighty figure felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stood on end. He could not take it head-on with his body. Go! Without hesitation, the mighty figure made a prompt decision and summoned his destiny flying sword right away. He wanted to use his destiny flying sword to defend against the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, Suzimo had predicted it and was faster than him. He had already thrown the mystic magnet mountain out of his storage bag with his left hand. The mystic magnet mountain that was a few thousand feet tall descended with a large shadow. It had a terrifying aura and arrived almost at the same time as the heaven-slaying sword chi. The moment the destiny flying sword of this mighty figure was summoned, its trajectory was drawn away by the powerful magnetic force released by the mystic magnet mountain. The conjoint body mighty figure's expression changed starkly. His destiny flying sword was sucked over by the mystic magnet mountain. At the same time, the heaven-slaying sword chi slashed down. It was too late for the mighty figure to change tactics or conjure a dharmic art. He had completely lost the initiative. In that moment of life and death, the mighty figure struggled to turn his body and raise his arms to defend against the heaven-slaying sword chi. Blood gushed out. Almost without any resistance, the arm of the mighty figure was severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and fell with fresh blood flowing. This mighty figure was a ruthless character as well. Even after losing an arm, he did not make a sound. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Suzimo fiercely and retreated, wanting to distance himself from the latter. However, before he could take 2 steps, he grunted and blood drained from his face as his body swayed. Under normal circumstances, a conjoint body mighty figure could regrow their severed arm in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the mighty figure discovered to his shock that blood did not even stop flowing from his broken arm, let alone grow a new one. Furthermore, the remnant sword chi around the wound was still tearing his wounds apart and destroying his life force. That was the terror of the heaven-slaying sword chi. The 3 ancient sword arts destroyed life and one could not even regrow their limbs. Ah! Finally, the mighty figure could not help but let out a tragic cry. His blood chi was severely depleted and he staggered, almost falling. Right then, his vision darkened as though a huge shadow had enveloped him. Boom! The mystic magnet mountain descended and suppressed the mighty figure beneath it. The blood chi of this mighty figure was almost destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and could not withstand the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain at all. A mighty figure that was almost at the peak of the cultivation world was crushed into a meat sludge without a corpse or spirit before he could even say anything. The cultivators were moved. It was too tragic. To cultivate to the conjoint body realm and become a mighty figure, one had to experience countless dangers, opportunities, and encounters. Unfortunately, the tragic outcome of dying in a single battle was truly sorrowful. The path of cultivation was one that defied the heavens and was filled with danger. That was no exaggeration. After this battle, no one else in the secret chamber dared to challenge Suzimo. Although there were still a few other conjoint body mighty figures, none of them dared to act rashly. An angry argument sounded from the other side of the secret chamber. Great essence creation elixir. Hand it over. I'll definitely get my hands on that elixir. Let's see who dares to fight with me. Immediately, another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord from a supersect stood out. The Great Essence Creation Elixir was also an ancient elixir. It was said that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could achieve a minor realm breakthrough just by consuming it. That was definitely a creation that stole from heaven and earth. Although he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name of the Great Essence Creation Elixir. Bang! 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 In order to fight for the Great Essence Creation Elixir, the 100 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had already begun fighting. Many Dharmic arts collided and a series of sounds could be heard. Right then, The few conjoint body mighty figures in the secret chamber faced off because of an ancient cultivation technique. The reason why I'm here is for this torn section. This is an incomplete copy of my Purple Sun sect that has been lost for many years. Fellow Taoists, please give me some face. My sect will definitely reward you immensely after we leave this place. Purple Sun sect was one of the upper sects of the Middle Continent. A mighty figure of Purple Sun sect cupped his fists with a hint of pleading in his tone. Heh. A mighty figure sneered, "It's easy for you to say that. The treasures in this ancient temple have no owner and you claim that it belongs to Purple Sun sect?" "That's right." Another mighty figure nodded. "If you want a treasure, you've got to fight for it." None of the cultivators who had arrived at the Grand Primordium ancient temple wanted to return empty-handed. The mighty figures did not say much before they began fighting as well. Within the secret chamber, cultivators discovered treasures one after another and battles broke out continuously. It was a mess. Su Zimo was the only one who could truly stay out of things. Those cultivators were still rational and none of them dared to provoke him recklessly. As time passed by, more and more cultivators died in that secret chamber with corpses strewn everywhere and grisly blood staining the ground. Chapter 1262 Against Mighty Figures. Chapter 1262 Against Mighty Figures. Time flowed on. The massacre in the secret chamber did not show any signs of stopping. Alongside the birth of many treasures, more and more cultivators went into a frenzy and even lost their minds. Their eyes were completely bloodshot. Initially, there were more than 500 cultivators in this secret chamber. After half an hour, there was only half left. As time passed by, the number of cultivators in the secret chamber decreased rapidly. Even Su Zimo had an urge to kill all the cultivators in the secret chamber and collect all the treasures when he smelled the blood stench. However, he could still retain a trace of rationality. The current situation was unusual. Or rather, the entire process had been extremely strange ever since they entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Su Zimo had a nagging feeling that he had neglected something and his essence spirit in his consciousness began to chant Buddhist sutras to try its best to maintain its clarity. Boom! Right then, a loud bang sounded from one of the walls of the secret chamber as cracks appeared and spread continuously. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall collapsed and dust billowed. On the other side of the wall, a group of cultivators were fighting for treasures as well. Upon hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, the cultivators on both sides paused for a moment and looked opposite. Desolate Marshal. Right then, a furious roar sounded from the other side of the wall. Enemies truly often crossed one another's paths. Who would have thought that the walls of the secret chamber would suddenly shatter and on the other side was Elder Lei Lai of Chaos Essence Sec. Elder Lei Lai's clothes were stained with quite a bit of blood as well. Clearly, he had just gone through a huge battle and was filled with killing intent as he strode over. On Elder Lei Lai's left, another conjoint body mighty figure flew through the air. He was like an unsheathed sword and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. A mighty figure of Sword Sect. On Elder Lei Lai's right, a mighty figure rode on lightning and tore through the air with an electric gaze and a murderous aura. A mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. 3 mighty figures of super sects were here. Conjoint body mighty figures of super sects had terrifying combat strength that far surpassed ordinary mighty figures. Right now, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Apart from a minor realm, there was another major realm between him and these conjoint body mighty figures. He could suppress ordinary conjoint body mighty figures. However, he did not know if he could win against the mighty figures of the super sect. Desolate Marshal, let's see where else you can escape to this time round. Elder Lei Lai sneered. Escape? Su Zimo sneered as well. You think you can kill me with just the 3 of you? If he was at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm, he would not have the confidence to fight against 3 conjoint body mighty figures of super sects head-on. But now, he was at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm and his combat strength had increased exponentially. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics had already grown to a height of 87 feet. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai hollered and arrived before Su Zimo instantly. He reached out with his palm and crushed down on Suzimo like a gigantic millstone. That was Chaos Essence Sect's strongest secret skill. Back then, Di Yin could sweep through anyone of the same cultivation realm with his Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai's Great Chaos Essence Palm was clearly much stronger than Di Yin's. The power of the universe was truly condensed in his palm. When the palm landed, Suzimo felt that he was not fighting against humans, but against the entire world and could be destroyed at any moment. Startling sword. The mighty figure of Sword Sect slashed with his sword. A bedazzling sword beam descended like a bolt of lightning that could not be avoided. Although Sword Sect had many sword inheritances, the strongest were the lifeless Sword Dao and Startling Sword Dao. Without using any secret skills or dharmic arts, the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace released his blood chi right away. Wielding a gigantic hammer that shone with electric arcs, he smashed down towards Suzimo's head. Three mighty figures attacked at the same time. A terrifying power surged like a tsunami, suffocating. Too strong. Those three mighty figures were more than a single level stronger than the conjoint body mighty figures who had just died in Suzimo's hand. Under that pressure, Suzimo roared into the skies and three figures appeared within his body instantly, climbing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were 80 feet tall. There was no pause after 80 feet and they grew to a height of 87 feet before long, a heaven and earth dharma characteristic. The crowd was shocked. Even some of the cultivators who were initially fighting stopped temporarily and looked over with dumbfounded expressions. Impossible. Desolate Marshal doesn't just have 2 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, he has 3. It's way too terrifying for a mid-stage dharma characteristic to condense 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics that are 87 feet tall. Who is a match for Desolate Marshal at the same cultivation realm? Normally speaking, anyone that could cultivate a heaven and earth dharma characteristic that was 87 feet tall could be considered as a heaven-defying monster incarnate. The way Suzimo released 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics right away was beyond the knowledge of many cultivators. Even Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were shocked. The Thunder Dharmic body wielded a whip and whipped the incoming Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The whip shone with the power of thunder and crackled in midair. Carrying a destructive aura, it moved unusually and coiled towards the arm of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. The Elder of Zephyr Thunder Palace wielded his gigantic hammer. Among dharmic weapons, axes and hammers were the most ferocious. However, the whip of the Thunder Dharmic body was extremely flexible and could counter the gigantic hammer of the Zephyr Thunder Palace Elder. Piak. The whip did not clash head-on with the gigantic hammer at all. Instead, it coiled a few times around Elder Zephyr Thunder's arm like a spirit snake and burst forth with immense power of thunder. Ua! The mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace grunted dully and felt a sharp pain in his arm as though it was pricked by needles. A look of shock flashed through his eyes. This was the impact he had now that he was at the conjoint body realm. He truly could not imagine what would happen to the arm of a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord if it was wrapped by that whip. That entire arm would most likely be destroyed right away. On the other side, against Elder Lei Lai's Great Chaos Essence Palm, the Rulai Dharmic body lowered its head with a dignified expression. It chanted mysterious sutras and extended its palm as well. The palm of the Rulai Dharmic body shone with a blinding golden light as though it was covered by a layer of gold foil and collided against the Great Chaos Essence Palm. The 2 palms collided. The Rulai Dharmic body trembled slightly but did not move at all. Suzimo was as steady as a rock as well as he conjured the foundation seal secretly to negate the impact and remnant power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. As for the heavenly fiend Dharma body, it was up against the mighty figure of Sword Sect. The startling sword was indeed extremely startling. However, the sword beam sank into the rumbling pitch-black fiend chi and slowed down. It was no longer startling and was shattered by the heavenly fiend scythe. The first attack of the conjoint body mighty figures of 3 supersects was negated by Suzimo's 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristic. At that moment, Suzimo was standing in the middle. 387 feet tall heaven and earth dharma characteristics protected him like ancient titans. They waved their arms and fought against 3 mighty figures. Right then, It seemed as though Suzimo possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 1263 Might of the Tao Fire. Chapter 1263 Might of the Tao Fire. Firmament. Imperial Sky Divine Sword. Zephyr Thunder Strike. The 3 conjoint body mighty figures of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and Zephyr Thunder Palace attacked at the same time and released the top dharmic arts of their sect. The dharmic powers of conjoint body mighty figures were absolutely boundless. Even the most ordinary dharmic arts released by conjoint body mighty figures would release terrifying lethality, let alone top-grade dharmic arts like this. Suzimo's gaze intensified and he had a fearless expression. Controlling the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics with his spirit consciousness, he waved his 6 arms and fought against the 3 mighty figures. Bang! 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 A deafening sound could be heard with each collision. Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were from super sects and cultivated top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills. Every single move they made could shatter mountains and sever rivers. This was the true power of the conjoint body realm. Their bodies seemed to have fused with the world and were unshakable. Even though Suzimo's heaven and earth dharma characteristics were like ancient titans, they could only barely match the 3 mighty figures. With each clash, the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics shuddered. I'm still inferior compared to these conjoint body mighty figures of super sects. Suzimo thought to himself. If his heaven and earth dharma characteristics could grow to a height of 89 feet or 90 feet, he would be able to suppress these conjoint body mighty figures. Suzimo did not know that although Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 had the upper hand at the moment, the shock in their hearts had already reached an extreme. The 3 of them were mighty figures from Super Sect. Given their combat strength, it was nothing difficult for them to suppress 100 mighty figures of the same cultivation realm single-handedly. But now, a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord could fight against 3 of them single-handedly. Furthermore, although they had the upper hand, it was difficult for them to shatter the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics no matter how they channeled their Dharmic arts or released their trump card. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were more corporeal than any other heaven and earth Dharma characteristic they had seen before. It's truly hard to imagine how Desolate Marshall managed to cultivate to this point. That thought flashed through Elder Lei Lai's mind. Prior to this, they had also heard some news regarding Suzimo, the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking, the Tao inheritance ground where he killed many titular disciples and the establishment of the Tao by Desolate Marshall. However, in the depths of their hearts, they did not truly view Suzimo as a great enemy. They were conjoint body mighty figures. Even if Suzimo had entered the Dharma characteristic realm, he was a major cultivation realm away from them. This was an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 truly realized how terrifying Suzimo was. Although Tao Lord Desolate Marshall was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could already fight against experts like them. Once Desolate Marshall entered the conjoint body realm, wouldn't Tianhuang mainland be overwhelmed? Elder Lei Lai finally understood something. The sect's half-martial ancestor Di Fan disregarded his status and attempted to kill Tao Lord Desolate Marshall who was still at the Void Reversion realm. It was not only because his clansman, Di Yin, was killed. Another important reason was that Di Fan could sense Desolate Marshall's terrifying potential. Kill. He had to seize this opportunity to kill Desolate Marshall here. Kill. Almost at the same time, 3 conjoint body mighty figures channeled their blood chi and dharmic powers to their limits to suppress Suzimo. As long as they could break through the defense of the 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics, they could close in and kill Desolate Marshall completely with their bodies and bloodlines as conjoint body mighty figures. Although the Green Lotus true body was tough, it could not defend against the body of a mighty figure. Avicii. Sandstorm. Purple Thunderstorm. Under the protection of 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, Suzimo changed hand seals repeatedly and released more than 30 Dharmic arts in one go. Instantly, the Dharmic powers in the hall surged. Bang! 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 Elder Lei Lai and the other 2 were shocked. They had not expected Suzimo's counterattack to be so ferocious. They could not even steady themselves against the impact of more than 30 Dharmic arts, let alone close in. They could not help but retreat continuously. So many dharmic arts. Some cultivators were secretly shocked when they saw that. Any one of those dharmic arts was enough for countless Tao lords to fight for it. To think that Su Zimo would release more than 30 in one go, what sort of strength was that? 3 conjoint body mighty figures were forced back by Su Zimo. However, that was not the end of his counterattack. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames appeared beside Su Zimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. The 3 balls of flames appeared and the temperature in the hall rose. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and the 3 balls of flames converged rapidly. The Samadhi Tao Fire descended. Many cultivators retreated. Some cultivators were initially fighting on the other side. The moment their dharmic arts were formed, they were burned by the heat released by the Samadhi Tao Fire. Go! Su Zimo hollered and directed the Samadhi Tao Fire towards Elder Lei Lai. How dare you embarrass yourself with such a puny flame? Elder Lei Lai sneered and reached out, wanting to crush the ball of flames. I'll take your life with that puny flame. Before his sentence was finished, an essence spirit flame burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the Samadhi Tao Fire instantly. The power of the Tao Fire exploded. The Kacharadi Tao Fire. The increase in power was not 10% or 20%, but twice. The Samadhi Tao Fire was truly of no threat to Elder Lei Lai and the others. They could extinguish the Samadhi Tao Fire with a casual punch. However, the might of the Kacharadi Tao Fire was something that even the body of a conjoint body mighty figure could not withstand. This is bad. We've been tricked. Elder Lei Lai's expression changed. Su Zimo's 4th essence spirit fire was only released when Elder Lei Lai was about to grab the Samadhi Tao Fire in his hands. At that moment, it was already too late for Elder Lei Lai to stop. Swoosh! The ball of flames exploded in Elder Lei Lai's palm instantly, releasing a terrifying, fiery power. The flesh on Elder Lei Lai's palm sizzled from the heat and white bones were even revealed. It was a shocking sight. Ah! Elder Lei Lai's face was pale as he let out a tragic cry. The Kacharadi Tao Fire burned at an extremely fast speed and extended down his palm towards his entire arm. His sleeves turned into ashes instantly. His entire arm was shrouded by the Kacharadi Tao Fire. Swoosh! Elder Lei Lai channeled his blood chi fanatically, wanting to suppress the Kacharadi Tao Fire on his arm. However, his bloodline had yet to reach the tsunami blood realm. When it collided with the Kacharadi Tao Fire, it sizzled and was in a stalemate. This stalemate was an even greater torture for Elder Lei Lai. Half of his arm was still burned by the Kacharadi Tao Fire and the flesh on it had already been burned into ashes, leaving only white bones behind. The physique of a mighty figure was indeed terrifying. Even with the might of the Kacharadi Tao Fire, it could only incinerate Elder Lei Lai's flesh, but it could not burn his bones to ashes. A vicious glint flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes. He flipped his hand and withdrew a cold saber, prepared to sever his arm to resolve the pain. Chapter 1264, Victory. Chapter 1264, Victory. A conjoint body mighty figure could regrow a severed arm as well. Although he would lose a lot of blood chi, it was much better than being burned by the Kacharadi Tao Fire and enduring the torture continuously. Watch out! Unexpectedly, 2 hurried yells sounded in his ears. It was a reminder from the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace not far away. Immediately after, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. A white sword chi slashed down with endless killing intent, as though it wanted to slice the void into 2. Boom! The Rulai Dharmic body strode forward and extended a gigantic golden palm that carried the might of the world, crushing down on Elder Lei Lai. Such guts! Elder Lei Lai was enraged. Desolate Marshal, you wish to kill me? After he was injured by the Kacharadi Tao Fire, most of his attention was on how he should destroy it. That gave Su Zimo the advantage to initiate. As for the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, they were blocked by the Heavenly Fiend Dharma body and Thunder Dharmic body and could not render assistance. The situation of the three of them surrounding Suzimo had suddenly turned into a one-on-one fight between Elder Lei Lai and Suzimo. This was a form of control over the situation. There were not many people who could compare to Suzimo in this aspect. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Elder Lei Lai raised his intact left arm and released his sect's secret skill, colliding heavily against the golden palm above his head. At the same time, he raised his right arm that was burned by the Kacharadi Dao fire and blocked in front of the Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi. The Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi severed Elder Lei Lai's right arm. The severed arm fell to the ground. Without the dharmic powers of the conjoint body realm to defend, the Kacharadi Dao fire intensified and burned the severed arm into ashes instantly. "Thank you, desolate marshal," Elder Lei Lai sneered. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had lived for more than 10,000 years and had been through countless battles with rich combat experience. Earlier on, his intention was to rely on the Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi to sever his arm. Not only did he neutralize the sharpness of the Heaven-Slaying Sword Chi, he even managed to remove the Kacharadi Dao fire that was burning on his arm. No one who could cultivate to the conjoint body realm was someone easy to deal with. "Thank me." Suzimo's voice sounded behind him in an extremely cold manner. "The gift I'm giving you is still on the way." Elder Lei Lai sensed that something was amiss the moment he expressed his thanks. He wanted to channel his blood chi to regrow his arm. However, the wound on his arm still had countless sword chi remaining and was tearing his wounds apart with blood flowing endlessly. Of course, with his dharmic powers, he could purge the sword chi from his broken arm after resting for a few days. However, at that moment, he was on the battlefield and Suzimo had already arrived behind him silently. He did not have the chance at all. This change completely exceeded Elder Lei Lai's expectations and had a huge impact on him. "Fellow Taoists, help me." A flustered look flashed through Elder Lei Lai's eyes as he shouted, "Help me delay this lad for a moment." "Too late." Suzimo sneered and suddenly opened his mouth, roaring, "Kill." Thunderclap Kill had descended. This sound domain secret skill was instantaneous and difficult to defend against. Under normal circumstances, given Elder Lei Lai's physique and bloodline, Suzimo's Thunderclap Kill would not affect him at all. But now that Elder Lei Lai's arm was severed and his blood chi was draining without stopping, he was in a state of panic. That roar nearly tore his guts. Elder Lei Lai's body shuddered and he paused for a moment. Suzimo seized the opportunity and a green beam of light flew out from his glabella. It was the Creation Lotus platform. Reaching out, Suzimo gripped the Creation Lotus platform in his palm and smashed it towards Elder Lei Lai's head. Bang! That smash was solid. Even with the Green Lotus true body, it was difficult to break through Elder Lei Lai's body. However, the Creation Lotus platform was different. Even if the Creation Green Lotus was not in its complete form and was merely a lotus platform, its toughness was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. That single attack split Elder Lei Lai's head open and flesh splattered everywhere. A huge chunk of Elder Lei Lai's head caved in and his skull was mostly shattered. "Pest!" The crowd gasped. It was too tragic. A revered conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was beaten to such a state. Phew! An essence spirit left the orifice and escaped into the distance with a flustered expression. It was Elder Lei Lai. However, his essence spirit did not manage to escape far before his vision darkened, as though 5 gigantic mountains were approaching him rapidly. This. Elder Lei Lai's pupils constricted violently and he did not know what happened. However, it was clear for the bystanders. Many cultivators had long noticed that the 80-odd feet tall Rulai Dharmic body had already stood guard before Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit left his body and opened its gigantic palm. Although Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit escaped, it could not escape from the Rulai Dharmic body. The 5 mountains he saw were merely the fingers of the Rulai Dharmic body. Boom! The Rulai Dharmic body closed its fingers and gripped its palm tightly. Instantly, Elder Lei Lai's essence spirit was crushed by the palm of the Rulai Dharmic body and perished on the spot. The entire hall froze momentarily. Dead. A conjoint body mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect was killed by a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Even his essence spirit could not escape. Furthermore, This was a 1 versus 3 situation. Initially, the 3 mighty figures surrounded Suzimo but could not take him down forcefully. Now that Elder Lei Lai was dead, there were only 2 mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace left. Suzimo turned around with a cold gaze. With a single thought, the Rulai Dharmic body charged over and joined the battle as well. 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics fought against 2 mighty figures. This time round, the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace were already disadvantaged. From time to time, Suzimo would release the heaven-slaying sword chi at the side and it was impossible to defend against. As time passed by, the 2 mighty figures were pushed back in defeat in a wretched manner. Boom! Before long, the Rulai Dharmic body obtained an opportunity and punched the mighty figure of Sword Sect on the chest, causing his body to fly. The mighty figure of Sword Sect flew a few thousand feet away and smashed against the wall behind him, sliding down slowly. His tendons and bones felt like they were about to split and he had a pained expression. Of course, that single punch was not enough to threaten his life. The mighty figure of Sword Sect was defeated and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace was the only one left. He could not defend against the ferocious attacks of the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. A flash of blood appeared. A blooded wound appeared on the abdomen of the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace and his organs nearly slid out. Piak. Immediately after, the whip of the Thunder Dharmic body struck the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace and sent him flying as well into the wall. Both mighty figures were defeated. Suzimo won against 3 opponents single-handedly. Boom! When the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace collided against the wall, it caused the wall to collapse and countless stone slabs fell with dust billowing. The mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace took advantage of the chaos to escape to the other side of the wall. Suzimo sped forward. He stopped instinctively at the edge of the wall. On the other side of the wall was another group of cultivators that were trapped in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Right now, they were in a fierce battle with only slightly more than 100 people left. Dao Lord Purple Sword of Sword Sect and Monk Black Gold of Diamond Monastery were among them. Suzimo frowned. Something was amiss. The strange feeling spiraling in his heart intensified. Chapter 1265, Formless Heaven and Earth. Chapter 1265, Formless Heaven and Earth. Every cultivator had expended a lot of energy in the consecutive battles. Suzimo's situation was similar. After all, he was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. In order to suppress 3 mighty figures of super sects domineeringly, he expended immense dharmic powers. His 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were already at the end of their flight and dim without light. The cultivators who survived till now in those secret chambers were all experts with countless trump cards and none of them were easy to deal with. Suzimo was still pondering about the strange feeling he had when he entered the ancient temple. He stood on the spot motionlessly and did not continue to chase after the mighty figures of Sword Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace. Right then, something happened. Not far away from Suzimo, an unassuming wooden fish in the dust suddenly exploded and 2 golden beams of light burst forth from it, speeding towards him. Sensing it long ago, Suzimo swept his gaze and could not help but shudder. He could clearly see that the 2 golden beams were Buddha beads. More importantly, the materials, size and even aura of the 2 Buddha beads were identical to the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist. There were 2 different dharmic seals etched on the 2 Buddha beads as well. The final 2 Buddha beads of the Mingwang prayer beads that were lost. Even with Suzimo's temperament, he was slightly emotional at the sudden sight of the 2 Buddha beads. After all, the dharmic seals on the 2 Buddha beads were the strongest and most ferocious of the Daming dharmic seals. Furthermore, if the 2 Buddha beads were connected to the 4 Buddha beads on his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads would be complete and whole. This dharmic weapon that was once the foundation of Daming Monastery would unleash its true might. The Mingwang prayer beads had been passed down for a long time and only the titular disciple of Daming Monastery had a chance to wear them. Unfortunately, the Mingwang prayer beads were destroyed and lost in a massive battle tens of thousands of years ago and had never been assembled again. But now that Suzimo had the chance to recover the Mingwang prayer beads, how could he not be tempted? Monk Yuan Bei was already in his twilight years. Daming Monastery had long vanished as well. If the Mingwang prayer beads could be restored, it would hold an extraordinary meaning for Monk Yuan Bei, Daming Monastery, and even Su Zimo himself. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the 2 Buddha beads. Desolate Marshal, this belongs to the Buddhist monasteries. You can't taint it. Monk Black Gold hollered and charged forward with widened eyes. His body shone with a golden glow as though he was covered in a layer of gold foil that shone with divinity. Radiant and golden, he was unstoppable. Humph! Su Zimo sneered, this is indeed something from the Buddhist monasteries, but what has it got to do with Diamond Monastery? How dare you come and snatch the Mingwang prayer beads? The entire cultivation world knew that Su Zimo had inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery. In Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo was probably the only one qualified to wear the Mingwang prayer beads. I don't care who you are. I'm bent on getting my hands on the Mingwang prayer beads. Anyone that fights with me can't blame me for going on a massacre. The reason why Monk Black Gold came this time round was because of the Mingwang prayer beads. He was fearless even against Su Zimo. He was the second on the previous Dharma characteristic ranking. Bang! Reaching out, his blood chi surged and the bloodline on his palm expanded. It shone with a golden light and crushed down on Su Zimo's head with an endless might. Diamond Monastery specialized in body tempering and was the strongest in melee combat in the Buddhist monasteries. Although Monk Black Gold's bloodline had not cultivated to the tsunami blood realm, the faint sound of tides could already be heard when he channeled his blood chi. The moment Su Zimo grabbed the 2 Buddha beads, Monk Black Gold's attack descended. He willed. The 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics of the Thunder Dharmic body, Rulai Dharmic body and Heavenly Fiend Dharma body attacked at the same time and suppressed Monk Black Gold. Even if the 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were at the end of the road, they were not something that a physical body could defend against. Boom! A loud bang sounded from within Monk Black Gold's body as a gigantic figure appeared above his head that shone with endless golden light. This was the first time he had used his Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic after entering the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. 18 meters metal body, the Legacy Dharma characteristic of Diamond Monastery. Cultivators who cultivated that Dharma characteristic would be able to condense 60 feet tall Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics at the early stage Dharma characteristic realm. As their cultivation increased, their Dharma characteristics would increase continuously. Back then, Monk Black Gold only lost to Dao Lord Immortal Sword by a single move. His 18 meters metal body was also 85 feet tall. However, that was the battlefield of the previous Dharma characteristic ranking and it was close to 1,000 years ago. Right now, the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic that Monk Black Gold cultivated had already reached a height of 89 feet and was the same as Dao Lord Immortal Sword. Boom! The 18 meters metal body collided heavily against Su Zimo's 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics. It shuddered. Although the 18 meters metal body was a level higher than Su Zimo's 3 Dharma characteristics in terms of height, it was still slightly inferior to fight against 3 of them single-handedly. Furthermore, the grade of the 18 meters metal body was much weaker than the Rulai Dharmic body to begin with. Even the 3 battered Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics released terrifying power and shattered Monk Black Gold's 18 meters metal body completely. After that battle, Su Zimo's 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes as well. Formless Heaven and Earth. Right then, a clear voice sounded. It was calm and indifferent but contained immense power as it descended on Su Zimo's 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics. The 3 Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristics were disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swept his gaze across. The one who attacked was a monk of Formless Monastery, a conjoint body mighty figure. In Formless Monastery, there was a secret skill known as the Formless Heaven and Earth. When released, that secret skill could cause an opponent's Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The name of Formless Monastery was related to that secret skill as well. In the previous Dharma characteristic rankings, many cultivators were most unwilling to face monks of Formless Monastery. Imagine that the battle had just begun and one's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic had just been formed when it was destroyed by a secret skill. How was he going to fight? Of course, that secret skill was not invincible as well. If he wanted to shatter the other party's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the monk of Formless Monastery had to have a high enough cultivation realm and a deep understanding of that secret skill. Furthermore, that secret skill was useless against a supreme Dharma characteristic. At that moment, it was not only Diamond Monastery and Formless Monastery. Even the monks of Hollow Monastery and Wisdom Monastery and the nun of Clear Heart Nunnery were targeting Su Zimo. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was surrounded once more. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more you can last without your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Monk Black Gold hollered. The moment he said that, a dull thud sounded from his chest. It was dull and powerful, like an ancient divine being beating a drum. Develop a mind that abides nowhere. Monk Black Gold uttered the words with a robust, metallic sound. Dong. Another dull thud sounded. Others might not know about it, but Su Zimo cultivated many Buddhist sutras and knew that this was from the Diamond Sutra, a secret classic of Diamond Monastery. By comprehending its obscurities and cultivating to the perfected realm, one could condense an incomparably strong diamond heart. The diamond heart could boost one's blood chi exponentially, increasing their strength by a few fold. The dull thuds were none other than the beating of Monk Black Gold's diamond heart. Chapter 1266 Everything is Dharmic. Chapter 1266 Everything is Dharmic. There was naturally a reason why Monk Black Gold was able to reach second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 1,000 years ago. Swoosh! His blood chi surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body. With the help of the diamond heart, Monk Black Gold's bloodline reached the realm of tsunami blood. Desolate Marshal, hand over the Buddha beads and I'll spare your life. He strode towards Su Zimo with huge strides and his eyes bulged slightly. They were menacing and shone with a resplendent golden light. He even used the visual technique of Diamond Monastery. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he looked at Monk Black Gold. Suddenly, his hand that was holding the Buddha beads trembled. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo suddenly threw the 2 Buddha beads in his hands over. This sudden change stunned many cultivators. Desolate Marshal had always been domineering. How could he have been scared into submission by a single sentence from Monk Black Gold? Or could it be that Desolate Marshal was truly exhausted and could no longer fight? Many cultivators were puzzled. However, everyone quickly cast those doubts aside and attacked one after another to fight for the Buddha beads. The battle was completely ignited. On the other hand, Su Zimo became an outsider and stood outside the battlefield. A look of shock flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Fake, it's all fake." He had long sensed that something was amiss. Everything seemed to have gone too smoothly. From the moment they entered the secret chamber, every cultivator could find what they wanted without spending much effort. Initially, Su Zimo merely thought that the treasures in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple were truly endless. However, he only came to a gradual realization after he fought Monk Black Gold and thought about the Diamond Sutra thereafter. The Diamond Sutra was a secret manual of Diamond Monastery that Su Zimo had never cultivated before. However, in the Tao Inheritance Ground, he obtained some legacies of the Buddhist monasteries. Among them, there was a mighty figure of the Buddhist monasteries who mentioned something about the Diamond Sutra. Su Zimo opened his mouth gently and said a verse of the sutra. Everything is dharmic and illusory like a dream. Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting. Although the verse was ordinary, every single word seemed to possess a mysterious power. As the verse was chanted, the scene before Su Zimo changed continuously before coming to a stop. There was no secret chamber or treasure before him. He was still in the grand hall he arrived in when he just entered the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. On the walls were the 4 humongous and menacing Vajras. The green lights flickered sinisterly beneath the walls. Nothing changed, and none of them had left the hall. Everywhere Su Zimo looked, he could see countless corpses and fresh blood. The entire hall was dyed red with blood and the stench of blood filled the air. He saw Monk Black Gold, Tao Lord Purple Sword, the mighty figure of Sword Sect and the mighty figure of Zephyr Thunder Palace. Those people were still fighting. Ha 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 ha. Monk Black Gold reared his head in wild laughter. I've got it. The Mingwang prayer beads are mine. Su Zimo looked at everything in shock and felt chills run down his spine. In Monk Black Gold's hands, there were no Mingwang prayer beads, there were two blooded eyeballs. However, Monk Black Gold and all the cultivators present, including Su Zimo earlier on, fell into a hallucination and thought that the two eyeballs were the Mingwang prayer bead. This is the ancient Overlord Spear of Overlord Palace. Anyone who dares to fight for it is going against Overlord Palace. A Tao Lord of the Fiend sects possessed torrential fiend flames and killed in all directions. However, what he was wielding was not the ancient Overlord Spear, but a bone that had appeared out of nowhere. A cultivator hid in a corner, drinking blood from the ground in huge mouthfuls. However, he mumbled, "The heavens are truly on my side. To think that I would find a primordial divine spring in this ancient temple. Crazy." Everyone had gone crazy. Within that illusion, nothing could be seen clearly. The only way one could make out everything that was happening in the hall clearly was if they got out. All the treasures were fake. However, the fights between the cultivators were real. There were at least 5,000 cultivators who entered the hall, but now, there were less than 1,000 left. Furthermore, that number was still decreasing rapidly. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something and hurriedly took out the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir he had obtained from his storage bag. It was the same as what he had seen. In other words, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir was real. The entire place was a mix of truth and fiction. True and fake, everything was a dreamlike fantasy. At that moment, Su Zimo was in a daze and could not figure it out. What was even more frightening was who set this trap and dragged the 5,000-odd cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple inside it. Even conjoint body mighty figures could not break free from that illusion. Even with Su Zimo's Tao heart, he was deceived for a long time before waking up. Who was it? What was his cultivation realm? Dharma characteristic realm? Conjoint body realm? Why did he set up such a trap? Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the many legends about the Grand Primordium ancient temple. He vaguely realized that there was something wrong with the Grand Primordium ancient temple to begin with. All these years, cultivators who died in the ancient temple most likely died in their own hallucinations without waking up. The battle continued. Even Monk Black Gold, who was ranked second on the Dharma characteristic ranking, was killed by a mighty figure after killing many cultivators consecutively and died on the spot. Even at death's door, Monk Black Gold did not break free from his hallucinations and was still indignant with widened eyes. It was impossible for Su Zimo to wake the cultivators from their hallucinations. The moment he approached them, the cultivators seemed to be agitated and attacked him wildly, thinking that he was here to fight for their treasures. In reality, the so-called treasures were merely bones and broken limbs. Some of the cultivators even held a severed head like a treasure with intoxicated expressions. His spirit perception warned him repeatedly. His spirit perception had been warning him ever since he stepped foot into the Grand Primordium ancient temple. However, Su Zimo could not sense where the danger was at all. He had already obtained the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir, and right now, the only thing on his mind was to leave this Grand Primordium ancient temple that was even more terrifying than hell. Bang! 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 Su Zimo avoided some cultivators and struck continuously against the 4 stone doors of the Grand Primordium ancient temple. However, he could not shake the stone doors with his strength. He could not get out. A sinister wind suddenly blew in the sealed hall. Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine as though someone was approaching him. Hurriedly, he summoned his creation Lotus platform and it hovered above his head as he turned around. There was nothing. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo stabilized his Tao heart and chanted internally, "Everything is dharmic and illusory like a dream. Like dew and lightning, everything is merely fleeting." Immediately after, he felt his hairs stand on end. He merely chanted that sentence internally. However, he truly heard that sentence as every single word reverberated through the hall. It was a completely foreign voice. It was round, calm and pure with a unique magnetism. However, to Suzimo, it sounded like the voice of a demon from hell that sent chills down his spine. Apart from him who was awake and could say those words, there was another person awake in the hall. It was most likely the person who set the trap. Chapter 1267, Truth. Chapter 1267, Truth. Suzimo did not move at all and tried his best to remain calm as his eyes shone with a cold glint. The voice was erratic and he could not determine where the person who set up the trap was. Furthermore, only he could hear that voice. The other cultivators in the ancient temple were still immersed in their hallucinations as they fought and massacred one another. None of them heard the voice. Fellow Daoist, you sure are capable to be able to comprehend an illusion's secret skill as such from the Diamond Sutra. Suddenly, Suzimo spoke. Although he had not cultivated the Diamond Sutra before, he knew that it was a body-tempering technique of Diamond Monastery. Throughout history, there had never been a monk of Diamond Monastery that comprehended such a secret skill from the Diamond Sutra. One could imagine the level of comprehension and talent the person who set this trap had. There were many different types of illusion techniques in the cultivation world. The sect that was best at illusion techniques was the Fiend sect, Illusion Fiend cult. However, Suzimo had fought against the paragons of Illusion Fiend cult before and even their secret skills could not bewitch him. Up till this point of his cultivation, Suzimo had never encountered such a terrifying illusion technique. In truth, he had been extremely cautious the moment he entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Even so, he was still tricked. In fact, even now, he could not figure out when the illusion technique descended. Was it after he entered the ancient temple or after he snatched the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir? The person who set this trap gave Suzimo a feeling that he was more terrifying than all the enemies he had encountered in the past. Di Yin and Tao Lord Hatred did not give him the same pressure as this person either. This was an extremely dangerous existence. In fact, Suzimo knew nothing about him. He was only making a preliminary guess that the person who set this trap was most likely an expert of the Buddhist monasteries. Suzimo's sudden statement was partly due to his shock at the methods of the person who laid the trap. At the same time, he was testing the waters to try and locate the person who laid the trap. Fufu. The voice laughed and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Although Suzimo was expressionless, his heart stirred. He still could not find the latter. There was no way for him to fight. Right from the beginning, the person who set the trap had been taking the initiative to lead him and everyone else by the nose. Right then, Suzimo felt like he was being spied on. Suddenly, he turned around and focused his gaze. That single look caused his pupils to constrict. On the wall on the east side of the ancient temple, the 90 feet tall country pillar Vaja actually walked down from the wall. He was dressed in white armor and held a peeper as he glared at Suzimo angrily. Pest! Suzimo gasped. One of the 4 Vajras came alive. This was definitely not a hallucination. Suddenly, Suzimo recalled something. Ever since he entered the ancient temple, he had a feeling that he was being spied on, but he could not find the source. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of being spied on came from this guardian Vaja. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the country pillar Vaja hugged his peeper and strummed his fingertips against the strings, letting out an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing that contained a steely killing intent. Frowning, Suzimo felt a sharp pain in his ears and could not help but grunt. Dozens of cultivators that were fighting around the vicinity of the country pillar Vaja suddenly stopped with stiff expressions. Poof! 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 Immediately after, streaks of blood appeared on the faces and bodies of the dozens of cultivators and exploded into blood mist. If Suzimo could not withstand the sound of the peeper even with his physique, the outcome of the other cultivators was imaginable. All of a sudden, sensing something, Suzimo looked to the other side. On the southern wall, a 90 feet tall figure walked down with a terrifying aura. The Growth Vaja. This figure was green and wore armor. Wielding a sword, he was filled with killing intent. The sword slashed forward. More than 100 cultivators in front of him were severed at the waist. In fact, There were even conjoint body mighty figures among them as endless blood splattered in a shocking manner. What was even more frightening was that the cultivators were still hallucinating and could not break free even till their deaths. Roar. Right then, a loud dragon roar sounded from the west. He turned towards the voice. The boundless vision Vajra on the west wall had come to life as well. Dressed in red armor, there was a scarlet divine dragon coiling around his muscular arm. It opened its gigantic mouth and let out a deafening roar. The moment the scarlet dragon flew out, it opened its mouth and swallowed the dozens of cultivators that stood in its way instantly. There was no blood even. Dozens of Dharma characteristic Tao lords were devoured. The number of cultivators in the Grand Primordium ancient temple decreased. Suzimo turned around once more and looked at the north wall. True enough. The infinite hearing Vajra on the north wall had already arrived as well. He was 90 feet tall and was green, wearing armor as well. He wielded a treasure umbrella that seemed like it could cover the skies. When the infinite hearing Vajra released his arm, the umbrella spun out. The 100-odd cultivators enveloped by the umbrella were suddenly sucked towards it by a powerful suction force. It was as though there was an endless abyss beneath the umbrella that devoured all the cultivators present without any corpse left. The 4 guardian Vajras were all alive. To be precise, right from the beginning, the 4 guardian Vajras were not dead objects or merely drawings on the walls. Hundreds of cultivators were killed instantly the moment the 4 of them made a move. There were less than 500 cultivators alive in the hall. The 4 guardian Vajras were way too terrifying. Even with Suzimo's cultivation, he felt suffocated against the might of the 4 guardian Vajras. Were the 4 guardian Vajras the ones who set the trap? Something was amiss. There must be something wrong. The 4 guardian Vajras were legends of the Buddhist monasteries. Even if they were real, they should have been in the upper world and definitely not Tianhuang mainland. Otherwise, they would no longer be mere legends. There would definitely be clear records of them in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries in Tianhuang mainland. In other words, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were definitely not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. However, Suzimo was convinced that everything he saw was not a hallucination. The massacre of the 4 guardian Vajras earlier on was real as well. Without taking a step forward, the 4 guardian Vajras glared at Suzimo. A mocking look flashed through their eyes as they wanted to see if Suzimo could guess the final answer. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. That single thought was extremely terrifying and he felt chills run down his spine because of it. However, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was the truth. Indeed, the 4 guardian Vajras before him were not the legendary 4 Vajras of the Buddhist monasteries. That was because the 4 guardian Vajras before him were all 90 feet tall supreme Dharma characteristic. Chapter 1268, It's You. Chapter 1268, It's You. Supreme Dharma characteristics. Suzimo said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, the 4 of you sure are capable." 4. Fufu. Suddenly, the voice sounded and laughed, seemingly mocking. A figure walked out slowly from the darkness before Suzimo. There was only a single figure. There was no one else. Suddenly, Suzimo thought of a possibility. "You're wrong about one thing. There's no 4 of us, I'm alone." The figure said slowly. "Pest." Suzimo was stunned and his eyes flashed with shock. When he saw the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, his first reaction was that 4 monster incarnates of the Dharma characteristic realm had joined forces to set up a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. However, he had not expected that all 4 supreme Dharma characteristics were cultivated by a single person. One person, 4 Dharma characteristics. Up till this point of his cultivation, how many opportunities and encounters had Suzimo come across? There were probably not many people who could compare with the opportunity he had in the Tao inheritance ground. Even then, he only cultivated 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. However, the figure before him had 4 Dharma characteristics. Furthermore, all of them were supreme Dharma characteristics. That was way too terrifying. Notwithstanding the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics, The fact that a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was able to lure more than 5,000 cultivators, conjoint body mighty figures included, into a trap in the Grand Primordium ancient temple using a single illusion technique. What sort of methods were those? The likes of Di Yin and Tao Lord Hatred were far inferior compared to this person before Suzimo. Even his Green Lotus true body could not compare to the person before him. Suzimo believed that with his talent and comprehension of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taos, his Green Lotus true body would eventually be able to cultivate all three heaven and earth Dharma characteristics to the level of the 90 feet supreme. Even so, he only had 3, it was still one less than the 4 of the person who set this trap. Of course, that did not mean that Suzimo was inferior to that person. If he included his dragon true body, Suzimo would definitely be able to fight this person with both true bodies. If he could attain greater mastery of his martial Tao true body, this person would be even less of a match for him. Even so, it was shocking enough to know that 4 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were formed by a single person. This generation was truly filled with paragons and monster incarnates. Even a Tao Lord who had formed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics had appeared. A monster incarnate as such was definitely not a nobody. Why hadn't anyone heard of this person before? As Suzimo pondered, the figure had already arrived before him and revealed his true appearance. Unexpectedly, this was not a monk. The intruder was dressed in grayish-white robes and had shoulder-length hair that covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was clear, bright and gentle, as though it possessed boundless wisdom. Met with the eye, it was as though all the panic, fear, uneasiness and nervousness had vanished and one would calm down. Unless they witnessed it personally, it was hard for anyone to imagine that a cultivator with such a pure eye would be so ruthless and cold-blooded. There seemed to be a thin, blood scar on the person's glabella. However, the scar was covered by his long hair and could not be seen clearly. While Suzimo was sizing up the white-robed man, the latter was doing the same. The white-robed man seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly, revealing a reminiscent expression. A moment later, his expression changed as he looked at Suzimo in disbelief and shock. "It's you." Suzimo narrowed his eyes. Although it was only 2 words, the information revealed by those words was way too great. From the tone of the white-robed man, it was clear that the latter had seen him before. However, no matter how Suzimo tried, he could not recall where he had seen this person before. Although this person's appearance was not outstanding, Suzimo believed that he would definitely not forget anyone who had such clear and pure eyes. What a surprise! The white-robed man shook his head gently and lamented. "You've seen me before?" Suddenly, Suzimo asked. The white-robed man smiled meaningfully and did not deny. "We met once. Once. Countless clues surfaced in Suzimo's mind. The answer was about to surface. As long as he connected the fragments and clues together, that would be the final answer. They had only met once. Grand Primordium ancient temple. More than 100 years ago. Fresh blood. Suddenly, Suzimo's gaze intensified as he glared at the white-robed man before him and said word by word, "So, it's you, Tao Lord Bloodfiend." The white-robed man was stunned. Suzimo said slowly, "More than 100 years ago, in the underground fiend palace of the North region, the resurrected white bone in the coffin was you." At that moment, although Suzimo still had many questions in his mind, there was an explanation for many of them. Back then, Suzimo was still at the Foundation establishment realm. Under Demonis G's invitation, he ventured deep underground to explore the inheritance of the fiend sects. To think that he would meet with immense danger and almost died. At that time, the white bones in the ancient coffin were resurrected and sucked the flesh of cultivators. Suzimo had to make use of the divine phoenix bone to severely injure them. Finally, the ground collapsed and buried everything. As for Suzimo and Demonis G, they hid in the stone coffin as well and avoided the calamity. It was in that stone coffin that Suzimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and a Mingwang prayer bead. Later on, when he heard the legend of Tao Lord Bloodfiend from Monk Yuan Bei, he realized that the person suppressed in the stone coffin was most likely Tao Lord Bloodfiend. Of course, there were many details that could not be explained. For example, Who was the one that suppressed Tao Lord Bloodfiend in the stone coffin? Why was there a single Mingwang prayer bead left in the stone coffin? If Tao Lord Bloodfiend knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, why did he carve the cultivation technique on the coffin lid? Was it because he wanted to pass down the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra? The white-robed man did not refute and merely looked at Su Zimo indifferently. Su Zimo was even more certain now as he said coldly, "That single encounter between us you mentioned was in the Fiend Palace underground. However, you were just a skeleton back then. The difference compared to now is truly great. You've changed quite a bit as well." The white-robed man said, "Back then, you were merely a little foundation establishment cultivator. I didn't recognize you at the first instance when you grew to such an extent after more than 100 years." By saying that, the white-robed man indirectly acknowledged Su Zimo's speculation. Su Zimo looked at the corpses strewn all over the hall and sighed internally. "The reason why you spent so much effort to set this trap was because you wanted to make use of the fresh blood of these cultivators to cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra and recover your cultivation." Back when he heard that the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple had descended on Tianhuang mainland for the first time more than 100 years ago, he had already sensed that something was amiss. The timing was rather coincidental. However, he did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed like Tao Lord Bloodfiend had set up this trap in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple after his rebirth in order to recover his cultivation swiftly. Over the years, countless cultivators have been buried here each time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended. Their blood became a source of cultivation for Tao Lord Bloodfiend. Chapter 1269, The exterior is a reflection of the interior. Chapter 1269, The exterior is a reflection of the interior. The sounds of fighting and killing in the surroundings gradually faded. Right now, there were less than 200 cultivators remaining in the hall. Even though the remaining people had expended all their dharmic powers, they were still fighting for the treasures with bloodshot eyes as though they had gone mad. Right from the beginning, the white-robed man did not make any moves at all. What he wanted to do was to release some specious news and lure the cultivators into the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Thereafter, he would release an illusion technique and bury the 5,000-odd cultivators there. The white-robed man was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo had once heard Monk Yuan Bei mention some legends about Tao Lord Bloodfiend. However, he only felt that fear when he truly faced this expert of the past. It was not only in terms of strength, but also his mental state, wisdom, planning, and aura. There was also an indescribable pressure. When Su Zimo realized that the white-robed man before him was Tao Lord Bloodfiend, there was an explanation for everything. Of course, there were still some things that he could not figure out. What's up with this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple? Although there are no treasures inside, this ancient temple is real. How can you shift such a massive ancient temple continuously? Su Zimo asked. According to the rumors outside, the first time the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple descended was in the south region of Tianhuang mainland. Thereafter, every once in a while, this ancient temple would descend in a place and attract many cultivators in to hunt for treasures. It was antiquated and grand, dozens of times larger than the capital of Great Ju. Su Zimo could not imagine how the white-robed man could shift such a massive object and carry it around him continuously. "Since you're so smart, why don't you make a guess?" The white-robed man seemed to admire Su Zimo as well and did not reply immediately, merely asking calmly. After pondering for a moment, a glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he blurted, "This Grand Primordium Ancient Temple is your dharmic weapon." That was the only possibility that could explain his previous doubts. It was also the only possibility that could explain why the white-robed man could control the 4 stone doors at the entrance of the ancient temple and trap everyone here. "That's right." The white-robed man nodded and laughed mockingly. "This is my destiny dharmic weapon. How can these people be a match for me if they enter my destiny dharmic weapon?" A moving ancient ruin was strange to begin with. However, no one expected that this so-called ancient ruin was a destiny dharmic weapon of a cultivator. Su Zimo asked again, "When did you release your illusion technique?" Pausing for a moment, he reminisced. The moment after the stone doors fell and the row of green lights beneath the wall lit up, right? Suzimo had a deep impression of that scene. The sudden descent of the stone doors caused everyone in the hall to panic. At that moment, the green lanterns were lit and flickered. The 4 guardian Vajras on the wall seemed to have come alive as well. Many cultivators were shocked. At that moment, all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat and revealed openings. That's right. The white-robed man did not hide anything and nodded. Thereafter, he smiled gently. These cultivators are trapped and unable to extricate themselves, but my illusion technique was merely a bait. The true source lies within your hearts. Extending his slender and fair finger, the white-robed man pointed at Suzimo's chest. Suzimo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. As though he understood something, he said, "The exterior is a reflection of the interior." That's right. The white-robed man nodded. The treasures you see are all because of your own desires. That also explained why all the cultivators could find the treasures they wanted in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. After all, those so-called treasures were merely the imaginations of every cultivator. That was also the reason why the illusion technique was so terrifying. There was only a single way to break out of the illusion. It was to suppress the obsession in one's heart temporarily. If one had no desires and was naturally formless, they could break free from the illusion. It was the same for Suzimo. He had to endure the reluctance in his heart to cast out the 2 Buddha beads before he obtained actual freedom. Although the process seemed simple, it was shuddering. If he could not break free from the obsession in his heart, Suzimo would be like the cultivators in the main hall right now, still immersed in the fight in his hallucinations. Even if his combat strength was heaven-defying and he killed everyone, so what? His inevitable outcome would be to be killed mercilessly by the white-robed man without knowing how he died. Suzimo said, "Legend has it that you are extremely bloodthirsty and cold-blooded. I've finally witnessed it today." Phoo! The white-robed man laughed and a hint of emotions that no one else could understand flashed through his eyes. "That's bloodthirsty? You must have lost count of the lives you've taken before you were able to cultivate to this realm." Suzimo was silent. The cultivation world was incomparably cruel. All of them so-called paragons and monster incarnates had to step on countless corpses to get to where they were today. The white-robed man said, "These people are blinded by greed and are beyond hope. The greater their greed, the deeper they fall. It's fine if someone like that dies. What's there to pity? Furthermore, I didn't kill anyone much. They were the ones who killed one another." The white-robed man laughed indifferently with a mocking expression. The fact that he was able to be known as Tao Lord Bloodfiend and create a cultivation technique such as the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra meant that he naturally had his own way of thinking. It was difficult for others to change that. Additionally, this is not a doomed situation. The white-robed man continued, "I left 2 methods of survival for this trap. If those cultivators were not greedy, they would naturally not have come to this Grand Primordium ancient temple and undergo this calamity. That is the first method of survival. Even if they enter the ancient temple, as long as any of those cultivators can let go of their obsessions and break free from the illusion, I'll spare their lives and send them out of the ancient temple. That is the second method of survival. If they are able to let go of their obsessions, I'll even grant them opportunities, cultivation techniques, and secret skills, elixirs or universal treasures. For more than 100 years, some of the cultivators who entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple survived as well. That was the reason why those cultivators who survived managed to obtain quite a bit of opportunities after leaving the Grand Primordium ancient temple." Suzimo said indifferently, "More importantly, the reason why you let those cultivators off and even gave them opportunities was because they could attract even more people. If every cultivator that entered the Grand Primordium ancient temple were to die inside, who would dare to explore? The only way the white-robed man could attract more cultivators was if he intentionally let some cultivators off and allowed them to obtain some opportunities. You are indeed smart." The white-robed man smiled. Suzimo raised his brow and suddenly said, "According to your words, I've already broken free from the illusion technique. Are you going to let me live as well?" The smile in the eyes of the white-robed man intensified as he shook his head slowly. Not for you. Chapter 1270 Attack. Chapter 1270 Attack. The white-robed man said those words with a smile. In fact, Suzimo could not sense any killing intent from the tone of the white-robed man. Instead, he sounded like an accomplished monk who was speaking to him warmly. However, Suzimo knew very well that the white-robed man would definitely not let him off. It was not only because he had severely injured the white-robed man more than 100 years ago and the two of them had already established a feud. More than that, it was because he knew the identity of the white-robed man and the secret of the Grand Primordium ancient temple. There was no way the white-robed man could let him leave alive. There was no doubt to the outcome if the two of them were to fight. Notwithstanding the fact that Suzimo had just fought a huge battle, his 3 heaven and earth dharma characteristics had already dissipated and it was difficult for him to condense them in a short period of time. To be fair, even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for the white-robed man. That was an entire 4 supreme dharma characteristics. Back then, Tao Lord Hatred had already forced the Green Lotus true body to its limits with a single supreme dharma characteristic. If the 4 supreme dharma characteristics attacked at the same time, the Green Lotus true body might not even be able to withstand a single move. Of course, Suzimo would not surrender. On the one hand, he was truly curious by constantly asking questions. On the other hand, he was stalling for time and recovering his stamina in secret to nourish his essence spirit so that he could prepare for his final counterattack. He only had a single chance to attack. If the white-robed man realized what was happening and the 4 guardian Vajras moved at the same time, it would be difficult for the Green Lotus true body to escape death. The eyes of the white-robed man were clear as he looked at Suzimo with a faint smile. Those eyes were filled with endless wisdom, as though they could peer through all the secrets on Suzimo, as though they had already seen through his plans. Perhaps the reason why the white-robed man did not interfere was because he did not care at all. It was the way a cat looked at a rat. It was somewhat mocking and teasing. In the eyes of the white-robed man, Suzimo might be a smart rat, but there was no way the latter could break free from his control. Suzimo looked at the 4 guardian Vajras and sighed. To think that the dignified Tao Lord Bloodfiend would have such attainments in the Tao of Buddhism. Even in the ancient era, there was probably no Buddhist disciple who could condense 4 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics and cultivate them to the level of a supreme Dharma characteristic, let alone cultivators of the current era. However, the more that was the case, the more it proved how terrifying the white-robed man was. He created the unprecedented Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. When reviewed, it was said that even the ancient emperors could not compare to him in terms of bloodline attainment. To think that such a ruthless fiend who could kill without batting an eyelid would possess such frightening attainments in the Buddhist Tao as well. The combination of the Buddhist and fiend Taos formed a unique aura around the white-robed man. What are fiends and Buddhas? Seemingly moved by Suzimo's words, the white-robed man said indifferently, fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can turn into fiends. What's the difference between the two? Suzimo was tense and focused the entire time. The moment a ripple appeared in the white-robed man's mind, he sensed it. An opportunity. Kill. Suddenly, Suzimo opened his mouth and released a sound domain secret skill. This was only the first move and his killing move was behind. The two of them were only 10 feet apart from one another. At this distance, Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with weak physiques could be killed by Thunderclap Kill if they were unprepared. However, the release of Thunderclap Kill did not affect the white-robed man at all. The white-robed man still looked at Suzimo calmly with a hint of mockery in his eyes and a fake smile. Not good. Suzimo's heart sank. Could this opening have been revealed by the white-robed man intentionally? Even so, Suzimo couldn't care less. The arrow was on the bow and had to be released. Phew, phew, phew. A green glow burst forth from Suzimo's glabella. His creation lotus platform hovered above his head. However, in reality, the 54 green lotus seeds were hidden in his consciousness the entire time and were prepared to deal a fatal blow. The 54 green lotus seeds left his consciousness and formed a long sword that shone with a green glow instantly. Instantly, the green lotus sword arrived and slashed down at the white-robed man's head. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit. Even some conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand a single slash of the green lotus sword. Suzumo knew very well that the green lotus true body was definitely not a match for the white-robed man in a head-on battle. Furthermore, he could not even conjure a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic right now. The only way he could survive was if he fought against the white-robed man with his essence spirit and life on the line. Moreover, the white-robed man could not afford to be distracted in an essence spirit fight that would render the 4 guardian Vajras as useless decoration. If he could kill the white-robed man's essence spirit, the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics would naturally collapse without a fight. Of course, if he failed, everything would come to an end. The pupils of the white-robed man constricted slightly when he sensed the sharpness of the green lotus sword. Even so, there was no hint of panic on his face. It was as though no one in this world could make him panic. The white-robed man did not move at all and merely watched calmly as the green lotus sword slashed over and entered his glabella. Suzumo's eyes widened in disbelief. It worked. Even the essence spirit of a conjoint body mighty figure could not defend against the sharpness of the green lotus sword once it entered his consciousness. After a momentary pause, Suzumo's heart skipped a beat. Something was amiss. The life force of the white-robed man was not affected at all and his eyes were still clear and bright. He did not look like his essence spirit was destroyed at all. On the contrary, Suzumo could no longer sense the green lotus sword after it pierced the white-robed man's glabella. What sort of powers were these? Suzumo was shocked. He was extremely convinced that the white-robed man had not used any essence spirit secret skills or essence spirit dharmic weapons the entire time. However, when the green lotus sword slashed into his consciousness, it was like a rock that fell into the ocean and was devoured without a trace. All of a sudden, suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the white-robed man's glabella. In his glabella, the thin blood scar between the gaps of his black hair seemed to have turned brighter, as though a blood-colored eye was about to open. Immediately after, 54 green lotus seeds fell from the glabella of the white-robed man without any luster. The entire process was extremely short. In fact, Suzumo did not even know what methods the white-robed man used to neutralize his green lotus sword. However, at that moment, he couldn't care less. Spirit vanquishing whip. Suzumo roared and channeled his essence spirit once more, releasing a second essence spirit secret skill. He could not give the white-robed man any chance. Otherwise, with a single thought from the latter, the 4 guardian Vajras would surround him and he would not have any chance at all. Reaching out, Suzumo pulled out a whip that was coiled with lightning from his glabella. It was blinding and emitted a destructive aura. Crackle. Suzumo swung the spirit vanquishing whip and whipped the white-robed man viciously. He refused to believe that the white-robed man could withstand his second essence spirit secret skill without moving at all. Chapter 1271, Crushing Defeat. Chapter 1271, Crushing Defeat. The Thunder Emperor's Secret Skill. The eyes of the white-robed man lit up as he blurted out the origin of the spirit vanquishing whip. This time round, he did not get careless and channeled his mental cultivation technique as well while chanting a few dharmic arts to condense an essence spirit secret skill. Those dharmic arts sounded familiar to Suzumo. Before long, he realized that it was the essence spirit secret skill from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, Blood Drop Art. A drop of grisly blood floated out of the white-robed man's consciousness and collided with the spirit vanquishing whip with a terrifying and evil power. Buzz. Buzz. Almost instantly, the thunder on the spirit vanquishing whip was suppressed by that drop of blood. Normally, the power of thunder was the most effective against evil. However, the power of evil was so strong that even thunder could not suppress it. Just as the spirit vanquishing whip was about to disperse, Suzumo channeled his mental cultivation technique once more and channeled his essence spirit, releasing his third essence spirit secret skill, the Rulai Dharmic Seal. A golden swastika symbol flashed and burst forth from Suzumo's glabella. It was sacred and flawless, as though it possessed immense power and could suppress all living beings. The swastika symbol flew towards the white-robed man slowly. After releasing that essence spirit secret skill, Susimo's body swayed and his face turned incomparably pale. Initially, he had already fought against many cultivators in the hall and had expended a lot of dharmic powers and essence spirit. Right now, forcefully channeling 3 essence spirit secret skills was already his limit. Susimo grit his teeth and endured the tearing pain from his essence spirit. He activated the creation lotus platform and struck the head of the white-robed man. The two of them were extremely close to one another and the creation lotus platform arrived almost instantly, even faster than the Rulai dharmic seal. The white-robed man did not use any weapons. When he saw the incoming creation lotus platform, he merely extended his fair palm and grabbed it without moving at all. Susimo narrowed his eyes. He had just used the creation lotus platform to shatter the head of Chaos Essence Sect's mighty figure, Elder Lei Lai. But now, this white-robed man was using his body to grab the creation lotus platform. What sort of a body and power was that? The white-robed man had no openings from head to toe. Drip. A trickle of blood flowed down from the white-robed man's palm and fell to the ground. He was still injured after receiving the creation lotus platform barehanded. Of course, it was only a flesh wound. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the white-robed man's palm healed. A sacred item of the Buddhist sects. A look of love flashed through the eyes of the white-robed man as he looked at the jade-green lotus platform in his palm. Given your cultivation and combat strength, I can imagine that you're also a peerless monster incarnate of the Buddhist monasteries. I truly can't bear to kill you. What a pity. You truly shouldn't have come to this grand primordium ancient temple and should not have been greedy. The white-robed man sighed gently and held the creation lotus platform in his palm. He looked at the Rulai dharmic seal that was charging over and channeled a mental cultivation technique as well, releasing an essence spirit secret skill. Susimo could not help but stare with widened eyes. A bedazzling golden light burst forth from the glabella of the white-robed man as well. An even larger, divine and resplendent swastika symbol descended. The Rulai dharmic seal. The white-robed man knew the Rulai dharmic seal as well. Furthermore, since he could condense 4 supreme dharma characteristics, his essence spirit was definitely stronger than Susimo's. When released by him, the power of the Rulai dharmic seal was clearly even more terrifying. Boom! The 2 Rulai dharmic seals collided violently. The entire hall seemed to have stopped. Some cultivators not far away from the 2 of them shuddered and their gazes dimmed. Their life forces drained rapidly as they fell. Their essence spirits were already shattered in their consciousnesses. Even though it was just the collision of the 2 Rulai dharmic seals, the spirit consciousness fluctuation that spread out was something that many cultivators could not withstand. There was a momentary pause. The swastika symbol that Susimo condensed began to crack. As for the swastika symbol formed by the white-robed man, cracks appeared as well. However, it was clearly stronger than Susimo's. Before long, it suppressed and crushed Susimo's swastika symbol, sending it back towards him. A crushing defeat. Even though Susimo released 3 essence spirit secret skills in succession, they were all blocked by the white-robed man. Furthermore, the white-robed man's essence spirit secret skill formed a threatening counterattack. Susimo's essence spirit was already at its limits. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain and could no longer conjure any essence spirit secret skills. Even so, he did not give up. He condensed a wisp of spirit consciousness and constantly stimulated the Mingwang prayer beads on his left wrist, wanting to awaken the essence spirit dharmic weapon. After all, he had worn this dharmic weapon for many years and it was connected to his mind and bloodline. Sensing the danger Susimo was in, the Mingwang prayer beads emitted a blinding golden light that formed a golden barrier around Susimo. The light barrier was etched with mysterious words that possessed an enigmatic might. Boom! The cracked Rulai dharmic seal collided against the golden barrier of the Mingwang prayer beads and shattered. Susimo's spirit consciousness was expended and the light barrier did not last long either. It dimmed rapidly and vanished without a trace. He had lost. Suzimo did not have any dharmic powers within his body and his essence spirit was dried up. He was thoroughly exhausted and could not even release the simplest dharmic arts. The white-robed man merely had to use a single supreme dharma characteristic to kill Suzimo. Suzimo arched his body slightly and panted heavily. Although he was indignant about the death of his green lotus true body here, it was nothing much. He still had his dragon true body and martial Dao true body. One day, he would definitely return and take revenge on Dao Lord Bloodfiend. Many thoughts flashed through Suzimo's mind. In fact, he felt dizzy. However, the white-robed man did not attack the entire time. After a long time, Suzimo finally realized that something was amiss and looked up instinctively. Unknowingly, the white-robed man had already arrived before him. Suddenly, the white-robed man reached out and grabbed his left arm. Suzimo wanted to dodge and resist. However, he did not have any strength left and could only allow the white-robed man to grab his left arm. Sheeing. Exerting strength slightly, the sleeves on Suzimo's left arm were instantly torn. The white-robed man's gaze landed on Suzimo's left wrist and stared at the Mingwang prayer beads for a long time with a conflicted expression. However, Suzimo was in a hazy state and did not notice it. This is the Mingwang prayer beads. A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly. Suzimo did not have much strength left and merely sneered without replying. 40,000 years ago, the Mingwang prayer beads were worn by Monk Daming. Dao Lord Bloodfiend and Monk Daming were old enemies and fought fiercely. How could he not recognize this treasure of the Buddhist monasteries? How do you have this treasure? The white-robed man asked. You're this generation's titular disciple of Daming Monastery? Suzimo lamented internally. Dao Lord Bloodfiend has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and doesn't know about the changes in Tianhuang mainland. He doesn't know that even Daming Monastery is now gone. Chapter 1272, Peaceful Departure. Chapter 1272, Peaceful Departure. Daming Monastery is gone. Suzimo said indifferently. Gone. The eyes of the white-robed man shone with a blinding light and his tone was filled with disbelief. It was gone 10,000 years ago. Suzimo knew that he was going to die and did not hide anything. Right now, I'm the only one left in Daming Monastery. You found the right person if you want to take revenge on the successor of Daming Monastery. Of course, there was also Monk Yuan Bei at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. However, Monk Yuan Bei was nearing the end of his lifespan and Suzimo did not want to cause him any more trouble. In Suzimo's opinion, there was a high chance that Dao Lord Bloodfiend was suppressed by Monk Daming for tens of thousands of years and bore an endless hatred towards the latter. Due to the relationship between Daming Monastery and Monk Daming, it was only normal for Dao Lord Bloodfiend to harbor resentment towards Daming Monastery. Unfortunately, the world had changed after 40,000 years. Dao Lord Bloodfiend's old acquaintances were no longer around. Even Daming Monastery was gone by now. The white-robed man had a complicated expression and remained silent. You're the only one left in Daming Monastery. A long time later, the white-robed man spoke slowly with endless emotions and sadness in his tone. The arm that held Suzimo gradually loosened as well. His eyes looked into the distance with the vicissitudes of time. After waiting for a long time, Suzimo could not help but frown when he saw that the white-robed man did not attack him. During this short while, he had recovered some stamina as well and looked up. At that moment, the white-robed man stood opposite him and looked at the void in the distance, lost in thought. You. Just as Suzimo was about to ask, the white-robed man's gaze shifted towards him once more. The eyes of the white-robed man were still clear and bright, possessing supreme wisdom. However, for some unknown reason, Suzimo felt that the way the white-robed man looked at him was different from before. What do you want by coming to this grand primordium ancient temple? Suddenly, the white-robed man asked. The 9 revolutions soul return elixir and the 2 Buddha beads. Suzimo did not hide anything. He had already obtained the 9 revolutions soul return elixir, but unfortunately, he could not escape from this place. Who would have thought that there would be a peerless fiend that caused chaos in the cultivation world 40,000 years ago hidden in this ancient temple? Actually, not all the news released by me were fake. Suddenly, the white-robed man said, there are indeed 2 Buddha beads in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. The moment he said that, the white-robed man flipped his palm. 2 Buddha beads laid in his palm. Suzimo focused his gaze. The 2 Buddha beads were made from soul-nourishing wood and were the size of a longan. There were dharmic seals etched on them and they possessed the same aura as the Mingwang prayer bead. This. Suzimo had a bewildered expression. On the one hand, his essence spirit was already dried up and it was difficult for him to tell if the 2 Buddha beads were real or fake or if it was a trick of the white-robed man. On the other hand, even if the 2 Buddha beads were real, he did not know why the white-robed man did that. Without replying, the white-robed man removed the Mingwang prayer beads on Suzimo's left wrist casually. He threaded the 2 Buddha beads in his palm within and injected dharmic powers. The 6 Buddha beads shone brightly and emanated a flawless divine glow. This treasure of Daming Monastery that was destroyed and lost for 40,000 years was finally gathered. The white-robed man rubbed the 6 Buddha beads gently with his fingers and remained silent for a long time. Suzimo revealed a hint of reluctance as well. The Mingwang prayer beads had finally recovered. Unfortunately, it was going to end up in the hands of others. Leave. Right then, the white-robed man suddenly spoke. Suzimo could not hear clearly. Or rather, he could not believe what he had just heard. You've obtained the treasure you wanted from the Grand Primordium ancient temple. It's time for you to leave. The white-robed man said indifferently. This time round, Suzimo heard everything clearly. However, he was puzzled. Why would the white-robed man let him off? The famous Tao Lord Bloodfiend became compassionate just because of the Mingwang prayer beads. Or was there something else? At that moment, Suzimo was exhausted and weak mentally. His mind was in a mess and he could not figure out the connection between everything. The next moment, the white-robed man did something that shocked Suzimo even more. Take it. He handed the complete Mingwang prayer beads back to Suzimo. Suzimo was stunned. Not only was the white-robed man releasing him, he even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer beads. Aren't you afraid that I'll look for you again? Suzimo said, given my potential, you might not be my match if I cultivate to the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. If the 2 of them were at the same cultivation realm, although Suzimo had 1 less heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the outcome of a fight between them would be unpredictable. Sure, I'll wait for you. The white-robed man said, I look forward to your victory over me as well. Although the white-robed man's words seemed to imply something, Suzimo could not understand. Frowning, Suzimo asked again, I already know about the secret behind the Grand Primordium ancient temple. If I leave, no one will fall for your trap of setting up the Grand Primordium ancient temple again. There's no need for that anymore. The white-robed man said indifferently, after today, the blood in this hall is enough for me to advance to the conjoint body realm. The cultivators that are attracted by the Grand Primordium ancient temple are no longer enough to satisfy my appetite. I'll find another way. Although his tone was calm, there was a strong blood stench and killing intent. He did not hide his ambitions at all. At the conjoint body realm, his combat strength and methods would become even more terrifying. At that time, another bloodbath would definitely break out on Tianhuang mainland. The gaze of the white-robed man flickered as he channeled his spirit consciousness, causing the stone door on the east side of the ancient temple to rise slowly. At that moment, the sun had just risen. A warm ray of sunlight shone into the hall, purging away some of the sinister blood stench. Suzimo also regained some warmth. Immediately after, Suzimo felt a tremendous force pushing him out of the ancient temple. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the ancient temple. The white-robed man had truly let him off and even gave him the complete Mingwang prayer bead. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stone door descended slowly. Instinctively, Suzimo turned around and saw that the figure had already faded into the depths of the ancient temple and disappeared with the descent of the stone door. Right in front of Suzimo, the gigantic Grand Primordium ancient temple shrank into a fist-sized light spot in the blink of an eye and sped into the distance, disappearing at the end of the sky before long. It was over. Standing in midair, Suzimo breathed in the fresh air around him and recalled everything that happened in the Grand Primordium ancient temple. He still felt that everything was surreal and was in a daze. It was as though everything was just a dream. He glanced at his palm. The complete Mingwang prayer beads laid there silently with 6 Buddha beads strung together, emitting a sacred glow. Chapter 1273, Monk Daming. Chapter 1273, Monk Daming. Suzimo looked around. The Grand Primordium ancient temple carried everyone else and had long left Jade Toad Ridge. He took out some elixirs to recover his essence spirit from his storage bag and took a rest. Thereafter, he caught a random mystic mist eagle in the surrounding forest and used it as his leg strength to walk towards the bamboo forest where Yang Beichen was in seclusion. That way, he could recuperate and recover his strength while traveling. The mystic mist eagle traveled through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Suzimo sat on the back of the mystic mist eagle and recuperated while reminiscing about his bizarre experience. The trip to the Grand Primordium ancient temple this time round was a calamity for most cultivators. Of the 5,000-odd cultivators that entered, there would most likely be less than 10 that survived. However, for Suzimo, the tides turned and he obtained an unimaginable opportunity. Even now, he could not understand why Dao Lord Bloodfiend would suddenly change his mind and let him off, even returning the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him. The Mingwang prayer beads meant a lot to Suzimo. It was also an extremely significant boost to his combat strength. That was because the 2 lost Buddha beads contained the 2 strongest Dharmic seals of the Daming Dharmic seal, the Great Vajra Wheel Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. According to Monk Yuan Bei, those 2 Dharmic seals were the toughest and strongest. Furthermore, an even stronger Dharmic art would be born if the 6 Dharmic seals were combined. Suzimo rubbed the Mingwang prayer beads gently and his heart skipped a beat as he recalled the way the white-robed man looked at it. The white-robed man's attitude towards him seemed to have shifted after he caught sight of the Mingwang prayer beads as well. What does Dao Lord Bloodfiend have to do with the Mingwang prayer beads? Suzimo muttered, Monk Daming should be the one related to the Mingwang prayer beads. All of a sudden, Suzimo's voice stopped abruptly. His eyes widened as he thought of an extremely terrifying and ridiculous possibility. Could it be that the white-robed man he saw was not Dao Lord Bloodfiend, but Monk Daming? That speculation was way too terrifying. However, now that Suzimo had recovered his energy, his thoughts were gradually clear. As he recalled everything that happened in the hall, he could not help but think in that direction. The white-robed man could cultivate 4 supreme Dharma characteristics of the Buddhist monasteries, the 4 guardian Vajras. Furthermore, the reason why his attainments in Buddhism were so terrifying might be because the white-robed man was Monk Daming. Actually, there were many traces of the Buddhist monasteries on the body of the white-robed man. Suzimo's immediate assumption of the white-robed man was that he was Dao Lord Bloodfiend because the latter knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. However, that did not mean that the white-robed man was Dao Lord Bloodfiend. After all, Suzimo knew it as well. He had learned the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra not long after he was trapped in the stone coffin. It was normal for the white-robed man to learn the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years. More importantly, Suzimo recalled something. The white-robed man admitted that he had met Suzimo once before. In fact, he had already admitted that he was the skeleton that revived in the underground Fiend Palace more than 100 years ago. However, right from the beginning, the white-robed man had never admitted that he was Dao Lord Bloodfiend. The white-robed man once said, "Fiends can become Buddhas and Buddhas can become fiends as well. There's no difference between the two." Now that he thought about it, that seemed like an inspired statement. That was the only explanation that made sense why the white-robed man's attitude changed all of a sudden upon hearing Suzimo's identity as the successor of Daming Monastery. In fact, he even took out his 2 Buddha beads and returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to Suzimo. Even if Monk Daming turned into a fiend, he possessed an inseverable connection towards Daming Monastery. For the past 100 years, the Grand Primordium ancient temple had appeared many times on Tianhuang mainland. However, it had never been to the north region. That was most likely an attempt to avoid Daming Monastery. However, what the white-robed man did not know was that Daming Monastery had already become a thing of the past. Furthermore, given the seniority of Monk Daming, there was a high chance that he knew Monk Yuan Bei. That might be the only old friend he knew. Could that be true? Su Zimo murmured with a lost expression. Even if he thought of that possibility, he was unwilling to believe it in the depths of his heart. Monk Daming, the titular disciple of Daming Monastery 40,000 years ago with a benevolent heart, had been relegated to his current state in order to suppress Dao Lord Bloodfiend and save the masses? Actually, Su Zimo already had an answer in his heart. That was because he had cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra before as well. To be precise, he had only cultivated a few dharmic arts of the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Even so, he nearly fell into the Fiend Dao and became a bloodthirsty fiend. Each time he activated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he would develop a dependence on it. The feeling of being able to obtain endless power through bloodthirst was truly unbearable. Of course, deep in his heart, Su Zimo still believed that the white-robed man had not truly become a fiend like Dao Lord Bloodfiend. At the very least, there was a sense of nostalgia and longing for Daming Monastery in the heart of the white-robed man. Otherwise, the white-robed man would not have returned the complete Mingwang prayer beads to him or let him leave. Perhaps in the heart of the white-robed man, he felt that he was no longer worthy of carrying this dharmic weapon of Daming Monastery, and that's why he gave it to Su Zimo. Of course, all of that was merely Su Zimo's speculation. There were still some questions that were difficult to explain. For example, if the white-robed man was Monk Daming, why was he locked in that stone coffin? Who was the one who inscribed the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra in the stone coffin? Was everything done by Dao Lord Bloodfiend? What was Dao Lord Bloodfiend's motive for doing this? The most important question was whether Dao Lord Bloodfiend was still alive. Su Zimo could not help but recall the blood-colored human face that appeared in the 1000-year Bloodsea back in Thousand Demon Valley. Of course, there were still unresolved questions about the entire affair. If the white-robed man was Monk Daming, it would mean that 40,000 years had passed for him. How could Monk Daming not die after being trapped in the stone coffin for 40,000 years? Even if there was a Mingwang prayer bead in the stone coffin that was made from soul-nourishing wood and could nurture one's essence spirit, it could not extend the lifespan of a cultivator. There must be something else that Su Zimo had not considered. Unknowingly, an entire day had passed after he sorted out his thoughts. Coupled with superior-grade elixirs, the Green Lotus true body had mostly recovered. Go on. Rising, Su Zimo tapped the mystic mist eagle beneath him with his feet and gave it a few bottles of elixirs as well as a dharmic weapon. After receiving its reward, the mystic mist eagle could not help but rear its head and cry, wiping away the indignance in its heart. Su Zimo smiled. No matter how fast the mystic mist eagle was, it could not match him. His figure transformed into a blazing golden streak of light and fled into the distance. Su Zimo wanted to return to the bamboo forest as soon as possible and hand the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Elixir to Yang Beichen. Chapter 1274, Ungrateful. Chapter 1274, Ungrateful. Middle Continent, Bamboo Forest, Wooden House. Pianran, you seem a little distracted these past few days. What's on your mind? Yang Beichen asked softly with a concerned expression. Qin Pianran frowned slightly with a hint of worry in her eyes. For some reason, I've been feeling uneasy recently. After pausing for a moment, she revealed a smile and pretended to be relaxed. Beichen, you don't have to worry. It's nothing much. It should be fine after a couple of days. Uneasy. However, Yang Beichen had a grim expression as he shook his head. That's an impulse. Given your cultivation, there won't be such a sign for no reason. That doesn't make sense. I've already faked my death to escape and even returned the Azura saber. How can there be any danger? Furthermore, even if there's danger, it'll be difficult to find this place. Yang Beichen fell into deep thought and his gaze inadvertently landed on Qin Pianran. His heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Qin Pianran asked. Yang Beichen was once the titular disciple of Azura sect and had seen too many bloodshed and scheming people. At that moment, he already had a guess. There were only two possibilities if the two of them were exposed. Someone had either followed his tracks or leads about Qin Pianran. He did not leave any destiny symbols in Azura sect. However, it was different for Qin Pianran. Let's leave this place first. Yang Beichen was decisive and stood up, grabbing Qin Pianran's hand and heading outside. Qin Pianran did not ask further either. The two of them had long decided to be with one another for life. She believed in Yang Beichen and would follow him wherever he went. Yang Beichen had just brought Qin Pianran out of the wooden house when he paused with a terrible expression. Not far ahead, a figure in white robes with a long sword on his back stood like an unsheathed sword with sharp brows and eyes. However, that figure seemed to be one with the world. Senior brother. Qin Pianran also saw that person and exclaimed in shock. The white-robed sword cultivator was none other than the titular disciple of Sword Sect, Dao Lord Immortal Sword. Or rather, Immortal Sword was no longer a titular disciple of Sword Sect. That was because the aura he emanated had clearly surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm. He was at the conjoint body realm and had become a mighty figure. For some people, the immense setbacks they suffered could cause them to die and fade into the masses. However, there were some people who could temper themselves continuously through setbacks to make their swords sharper and stronger. Immortal Sword was clearly the latter. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, he had failed in the fight for the heaven-slaying sword art. Thereafter, in 100 Refinement Sect, he was defeated by the extreme fire and was suppressed domineeringly. Even his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was shattered. Later on, outside 100 Refinement Sect, he was hunted by Yang Beichen, who had just entered the Dharma characteristic realm and almost died. Eventually, he managed to escape with the help of Qin Pianran. Even the consecutive setbacks could not crush him. Instead, he cultivated wholeheartedly all these years and had already entered the conjoint body realm. Yang Beichen's expression was terrible. Even if he was in his peak condition, there was no way he could be a match for Immortal Sword, who was at the conjoint body realm, let alone the fact that his essence spirit was severely injured. Piak, piak, piak. A series of clapping sounds could be heard from the other side of the bamboo forest. Yang Beichen swept his gaze and his heart sank. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's no wonder why he's the Azura. Even after his essence spirit is injured, he's able to sense danger beforehand. The intruder sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's too late. The intruder was the titular disciple of Cloud Rain sect, Dao Lord Cloud Rain. Back when Yang Beichen attacked Dao Lord Immortal Sword and the other 8 Dao Lords, apart from Qin Pianran, only Dao Lord Immortal Sword and Dao Lord Cloud Rain managed to escape. How could the two titular disciples let things go after suffering such humiliation? Right now, the 4 of them in that battle were all here. However, Qin Pianran was now by Yang Beichen's side. Immortal Sword's gaze landed on Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran's clenched fists. With a dark expression, he said slowly, "Azura, aren't you dead? You seem to be living well." Immortal Sword, Cloud Rain. There's nothing much to say now that things have come to this. Against Dao Lord hatred, Yang Beichen even tried to beg the other party to let him off. However, against Immortal Sword, he knew that he would only humiliate himself. Back then, I was the one who tried to kill you guys. It has nothing to do with her. Yang Beichen released Qin Pianran's hand. All these years, she was also captured by me and can't leave. It's not her fault. Beichen. Qin Pianran's heart ached. She could tell that Yang Beichen only said that to protect her because he knew he was going to die. Fut, fut. Beichen. That sure is endearing. Dao Lord Cloud Rain waved his folding fan and said eccentrically. His gaze swept across Qin Pianran brazenly. Dao Brother Immortal Sword, given my experience, this woman is no longer a virgin. Sigh. A layer of frost had already covered Immortal Sword's face. Although he had no feelings for Qin Pianran, there was no way he could tolerate this woman throwing herself into someone else's embrace. When he heard Dao Lord Cloud Rain say that, he felt even more humiliated. Senior brother, Ivy already left the cultivation world with Beichen. We won't have anything to do with it anymore. Qin Pianran begged bitterly, Senior brother, please show mercy and let us off. Shut up. Immortal Sword had a menacing expression as he hollered, how dare you speak to me like that, lowlife? How dare you call me senior brother? Qin Pianran's face turned pale at the mention of lowlife. No matter what, she and Immortal Sword were from the same sect and could be considered as childhood sweethearts. In fact, they were the envy of everyone in Sword Sect. In exchange for that friendship of thousands of years, she was given that vicious insult. A look of rage surged into Yang Beichen's eyes as well as he shouted, Immortal Sword, are you worthy of being a titular disciple of Sword Sect? Back then, Pianran saved you in 100 Refinement Sect. Outside 100 Refinement Sect, if she had not attacked, you would have been killed by me. Anyone in this world can curse Pianran, but you're the only one who isn't qualified. Immortal Sword sneered, do you think you can kill me? Even without that lowlife, I could have left unscathed. This time round, Dao Lord Cloud Rain did not say anything. At that time, he was on the battlefield and naturally saw everything clearly. If not for Qin Pianran, Immortal Sword would have been a dead man. Dao Lord Cloud Rain curled his lips and sneered internally, Immortal sects and Orthodox sects. Even those of the Fiend sects can't match up to someone as ungrateful as him. Now that he was on the same side as Immortal Sword, there was naturally no way he would say something like that. To think that once upon a time, I was ranked alongside someone like you as the Azura. That sure disgusts me. Yang Beichen spat. You're no longer qualified of being ranked alongside me. Immortal Sword said coldly, because dead people are not qualified. Chapter 1275, Trampling. Chapter 1275, Trampling. Pianran, try your best to escape. Yang Beichen sent a voice transmission secretly, I'm the one they want to kill. I'll hold them back. As long as you escape and find Zimo, he'll naturally take revenge for me. Trying to escape. Suddenly, the voice of Immortal Sword sounded with a hint of mockery. Since I've found this place, I won't give you any chances. He smiled indifferently and waved his hand. Elder Qin, come out. This lowlife has betrayed Sword Sect and is now with the greatest fiend of the fiend sects. I'll hand her over to you. Sigh. A sigh sounded from the bamboo forest. A middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back walked out and looked at Qin Pianran with a conflicted expression, shaking her head. Pianran, why were you so foolish? Why? Another conjoint body mighty figure. Yang Beichen's heart sank. He knew that the chances of them leaving this place alive were extremely slim. Master. Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw that person and could not help but exclaim. She could betray Sword Sect and even attack Immortal Sword, but she could not attack Elder Qin. She was an orphaned child abandoned in the chaos of war. Elder Qin was the one who saved her and raised her, taking her in as a disciple. Her surname was the same as Elder Qin. Elder Qin was Qin Pianran's master. However, in her heart, Elder Qin was more like her mother. All these years, she and Yang Beichen lived in seclusion here without any news. The person she felt most guilty towards was Elder Qin. Qin Pianran had not expected that Immortal Sword would bring Elder Qin over. Pianran, I heard from Immortal Sword that you've already betrayed the sect and are with the Azura of the fiend sects. Initially, I did not believe it. But now. She did not continue and sighed again. Master. Qin Pianran sounded like she was about to cry as well. Elder Qin could not help but ask, Pianran, have you suffered all these years? If you've suffered, tell me. I'll definitely take revenge for you and kill this fiend Azura personally. No, I've been very happy all these years. Qin Pianran shook her head. Elder Qin wanted to speak but hesitated. There was no way Qin Pianran could not tell what Elder Qin was implying. Elder Qin was reminding Qin Pianran that if she were to berate the Azura, Yang Beichen, and leave him now, Elder Qin could conveniently use that as an excuse to protect her. However, how could Qin Pianran say those words? Immortal Sword frowned when he heard that and could not help but urge, Elder Qin, Are you doing this for personal gain? Betraying the sect and being involved with a fiend is an unforgivable crime punishable by death. You had better hurry and execute the sect rules. Elder Qin's expression changed, and after a long silence, she drew the sword on her back slowly and said resolutely, Pianran, attack. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Qin Pianran merely shook her head and wept. Master, I won't attack you no matter what. I won't spare you even if you won't attack. Elder Qin hollered and waved her sword, sending waves of sword chi towards Qin Pianran. Just as Yang Beichen was about to move, Immortal Sword and Dao Lord Cloud Rain moved and formed a triangular formation, trapping him in the middle. Azura, what goes around comes around. Immortal Sword smiled gently with a smug expression. More than 10 years ago, his reputation in the cultivation world plummeted after that crushing defeat. All these years, he had endured humiliation for this very moment. Power has landed in the hands of someone vile. Yang Beichen said coldly, it was truly my mistake not to kill you back then. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. Immortal Sword smiled. Let's have another life and death battle of only you and me, how about that? On the surface, this was an opportunity. However, Yang Beichen was at the Dharma characteristic realm and his essence spirit was severely injured. Even his Azura saber was returned to Azura sect. However, Immortal Sword was already a conjoint body mighty figure. There was no doubt about the outcome of that battle. Dao Lord Cloud Rain spread his hands. Since that's the case, I'll just sit by the sidelines and watch the show. Yang Beichen remained silent. His gaze swept across the battlefield at the side. Elder Qin attacked continuously. Qin Pianran was dodging the entire time and refused to attack. However, under Elder Qin's attacks, Qin Pianran's space to dodge decreased by the moment. Bang! All of a sudden, Yang Beichen experienced a severe injury to his chest. Before he could react, he was already sent flying and rolled dozens of feet away, smashing into a row of bamboo. Dao Lord Immortal Sword had suddenly struck Yang Beichen on the chest. How dare you get distracted in front of me? Are you looking down on me? Immortal Sword walked slowly towards Yang Beichen with a mocking expression and sneered. Given his current cultivation realm, it was way too simple if he wanted to kill Yang Beichen. A single punch from him could pierce Yang Beichen's chest. However, he did not do that. Killing Yang Beichen with a single punch was truly not enjoyable for Immortal Sword. He wanted to torture Yang Beichen bit by bit. That way, he could make up for the criticism he suffered over the years and vent the resentment in his heart. Qin Pianran was shocked when she saw Yang Beichen beaten down. While she was distracted, a wound appeared on her body and she could not help but exclaim. When Yang Beichen saw that Qin Pianran was injured, his eyes seemed to spew out 2 streams of rage. He struggled to stand up and wanted to help her. However, the moment he stood up, Dao Lord Immortal Sword had already arrived before him and raised his leg gently, striking him in the chest. That kick was neither heavy nor light. However, Yang Beichen could not withstand it. The pain in his heart was unbearable and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Does it feel terrible? Are you feeling flustered? Ha 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 ha. Immortal Sword laughed brazenly. The feeling of trampling on Yang Beichen ruthlessly and wantonly made him feel delighted. All his grievances over the years had been relieved. Right now, even the renowned Azura had to kneel before him. Immortal Sword wanted Yang Beichen to watch Qin Pianran die in front of him while he was helpless. Bang! Yang Beichen tried to stand up but was sent flying by Immortal Sword once more. Cough! He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and lowered his head, seemingly unable to resist. Dao Lord Immortal Sword arrived before Yang Beichen once more and looked down at him with a relaxed expression. All of a sudden, a saber appeared in Yang Beichen's hands. Kill! Yang Beichen leaped up and let out a deep growl from the depths of his throat. With a backhand slash, he slashed towards Immortal Sword's throat. That was a killing move from the Azura saber. The two of them were extremely close and Yang Beichen endured for a long time because he wanted to make use of the moment when Immortal Sword relaxed his mind to retaliate. This was his only chance. If the two of them were to fight head-on, he could not win at all. The saber was already at Immortal Sword's throat. However, Immortal Sword did not move at all, as though he could not react to it to dodge in time. Clang! When the saber slashed Tao Lord Immortal Sword's throat, there was a sound of metal clashing. Yang Beichen's eyes dimmed. Tao Lord Immortal Sword smirked and extended his finger gently, clamping the saber beneath his throat as he said indifferently, "You want to hurt me with this piece of scrap metal?" The moment he said that, the saber broke. Chapter 1276, Bold Claims. Chapter 1276, Bold Claims. At the conjoint body realm, Immortal Sword had already fused his 89 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body and tempered his body with the lifeless sword chi. His flesh was indestructible. The saber in Yang Beichen's hands was only a Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. Compared to the sharpness of the Azura saber, it was way too inferior and could not injure Immortal Sword. Immortal Sword reached out with his palm and grabbed Yang Beichen by the throat, lifting him from the spot. Under the palm of Immortal Sword, Yang Beichen's throat made a jarring sound, as though it could be crushed at any moment. Yang Beichen's face flushed red and he could no longer resist. He was in complete despair. He struggled and turned his face with a trembling expression, trying his best to look in Qin Pianran's direction. Although his vision was blurry, his eyes were still filled with endless worry and reluctance. Feeling terrible and helpless, right? When Immortal Sword saw Yang Beichen like this, he could not help but laugh. However, his tone was extremely sinister. "All these years, I've been waiting for this day. I'm going to make you pay double the humiliation and pain I've suffered." Yang Beichen's mouth twitched as though he was smiling. "What are you laughing at?" Immortal Sword truly could not imagine that Yang Beichen could still smile despite his current state. "Even if I die, why you won't survive either." Yang Beichen's voice was as soft as a mosquito and intermittent. However, Immortal Sword heard it clearly. "Oh!" Immortal Sword sneered. "You, Yang Beichen, are a dead man to begin with. Who would care if I killed a dead man? Your essence spirit is severely injured and you're no longer worthy of the title of the Azura. Would Azura sect take revenge for you? What a joke. On the other hand, I've already advanced to the conjoint body realm. Who would dare to be my enemy?" Yang Beichen's lips twitched once more. His eyes were completely crimson as blood gushed into them, but they shone with mockery. "Oh, got it." Immortal Sword came to a realization. "You're counting on Desolate Marshal, right? Back then, for Desolate Marshal, you dared to come and hunt us the moment you entered the Dharma characteristic realm. The two of you truly have an extraordinary relationship. However, I can tell you that even if Desolate Marshal doesn't come looking for me, I'll look for him. I'm going to make him spit out the heaven-slaying sword art for snatching it away from me." That was indeed Immortal Sword's intention. The first people he wanted to get rid of after coming out of seclusion were Yang Beichen and Qin Pianran. Thereafter, he was going to deal with Su Zimo. Immortal Sword said proudly, "I'm going to tell the entire cultivation world that my pride is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares go against me will be killed without mercy." His words were filled with endless killing intent that spread through the entire bamboo forest. At that moment, countless birds and beasts in the bamboo forest died. A mighty figure could possess such might with just the killing intent in his word. What a bold claim. Right then, a loud roar sounded from the distant horizon. Everyone's expressions changed. Who would dare provoke Immortal Sword like that? Tao Lord Cloud Rain was once ranked alongside Immortal Sword and was a titular disciple as well. However, after Immortal Sword entered the conjoint body realm, he tactfully accepted a lesser status and gave Immortal Sword respect as well. Tao Lord Cloud Rain looked over. The intruder was extremely fast. When he said the first word, he was still far away in the horizon and could not be seen. However, by the time he said the last word, a figure had already appeared in Tao Lord Cloud Rain's line of sight. Green robes and black hair. He flew through the air and transformed into a golden streak of light. His body surged with the power of thunder and released an extremely terrifying aura. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo, who had rushed back from the Grand Primordium ancient temple. Desolate Marshal. Tao Lord Cloud Rain recognized Su Zimo right away, and his eyes shone brightly. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Sword reared his head in laughter. Everyone's here. Desolate Marshal, you came at the right time. This will save me the trouble of looking for you personally. When Yang Beichen heard Su Zimo's voice, there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was filled with worry. He believed that one day, Su Zimo would be able to surpass Immortal Sword and trample on the latter to take revenge for him. However, now was not the time. Immortal Sword had already entered the conjoint body realm. However, Su Zimo was only at the mid-stage Dharma characteristic realm. Even if he had 3 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, he might not be a match for Immortal Sword. Furthermore, Immortal Sword was not the only one here. There was also another conjoint body mighty figure of Sword Sect and Tao Lord Cloud Rain. It would be difficult for Su Zimo to secure victory if he wanted to take on 3 of them single-handedly. Immortal Sword released his grip and threw Yang Beichen beneath his feet, laughing coldly. Yang Beichen, weren't you hoping that Desolate Marshal would take revenge for you? I'll let you see with your own eyes how Desolate Marshal dies in my hand. Immortal Sword's hatred for Yang Beichen surpassed everyone. He wanted Yang Beichen to endure all the pain possible. He wanted Yang Beichen to personally experience the loss of those around him one after another while being completely helpless. Tao brother Immortal Sword, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Leave this lad to me. Tao Lord Cloud Rain stood out and took the initiative to volunteer. I have some grudges with Desolate Marshal as well. Back then, if not for this person, my clone would not have died in Thousand Demon Valley. All right. Immortal Sword nodded and said with a fake smile, however, you can't keep that lad's treasures for yourself. Tao Lord Cloud Rain's heart turned cold. Although Immortal Sword sounded like he was joking, he could tell that Immortal Sword was warning him not to harbor any designs. The longer he interacted with Immortal Sword, the more Tao Lord Cloud Rain could sense that the latter was an extremely selfish person and cared nothing about relationship. That was the reason why, although Tao Lord Cloud Rain had been very close to Immortal Sword all these years, he had always kept his guard up in the depths of his heart. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived before him. Desolate Marshal, I heard that you can kill conjoint body mighty figures across major cultivation realms by condensing 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. Let's see how strong a mid-stage Dharma characteristic like you can be. Tao Lord Cloud Rain welcomed Su Zimo fearlessly. He was a titular disciple. As titular disciples, which of them did not possess the combat strength to kill an opponent a major cultivation realm above them? For the past thousands of years, countless conjoint body mighty figures had died in his hand. Tao Lord Cloud Rain had been famous for a long time and was the second on the Dharma characteristic ranking 5,000 years ago. How long had Su Zimo been in the Dharma characteristic realm for? At most, it was less than 20 years ago. Therefore, Tao Lord Cloud Rain truly did not take Su Zimo seriously. In his opinion, the so-called 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristics were merely empty shells. Even a Dharmic art released by him could penetrate Su Zimo's 2 heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. 7 emotions threads. Tao Lord Cloud Rain conjured hand seals and looked at Su Zimo. All of a sudden, one after another, extremely sharp and colorful threads appeared around Su Zimo. The 7 emotions threads was the ultimate skill of Cloud Rain sect. Be it cultivators or fiend demons, all of them had the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This technique made use of the 7 emotions produced in all living beings. The 7 emotions of joy, anger, worry, longing, sadness, fear and shock condensed into threads that burst forth from the cultivator's body and spread rapidly. As long as one had the 7 emotions, they would be controlled by the 7 emotions thread. Back in Thousand Demon Valley, there were countless high-level fiend demons that died to the 7 emotions thread. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.